Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
It's a fact. When your eyes work correctly, light focuses through both your cornea and your lens to give you high-quality vision. Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Here's another fact. As we near age 50, we begin to lose the quality and function of our natural lens. That's when we start to reach for reading glasses and contemplate those cataracts on the horizon, typically in our 70s or later, but inevitable if we get old enough. Fortunately, K2 Vision has the advanced permanent solution for both, refractive lens exchange, or RLE. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. Plus, another thing is permanent. You will never develop a cataract. After over 20 years replacing over 100,000 failing lenses, we will help you determine when it's your right time for RLE. Go to k2visionrle.com and schedule a free Zoom consultation today. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. Permanently.
Being blind doesn't always look how others may think. Stargardt disease was supposed to define me.
Retinitis pigmentosa aimed to overwhelm my family.
It tried to cut me down.
A blinding eye disease attempted to force me away from doing what I was born to do.
But it cannot stop me. I have the tools.
I will keep moving forward.
Pushing past the limits of this disability.
I know where to find support and where I can be seen.
Great vision doesn't require great sight. Innovative research, educational resources, supportive community. The Foundation Fighting Blindness is leading the charge in finding treatments and cures for blinding diseases. Make your impact today. Donate now at fightingblindness.org. A public service message from the Foundation Fighting Blindness
Council.
Thanks for being with us. Police in St. Joseph County, Indiana, got an unusual call recently. A wild turkey wreaking havoc inside a local supermarket. At Martin's Supermarket Pharmacy, a large turkey was reportedly chasing people around. The turkey sat perched on top of a display shelf near the pharmacy. Multiple items scattered around on the ground, knocked down by the turkey's large flapping wings and tail. While the officer did have a blanket to drape over the turkey for the removal process, Canine Officer Kyle Okonski went in with just his hands. As he did, the turkey began frantically flapping its wings. Police even made their own special edit to a video, rewinding it using slow-mo. With the bird unharmed, the caption for their post read, "No harm, no foul, F-O-W-L." That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-330-1991. That's 1-800-330-1991. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-330-1991 to save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
Deportation standoff.
This is certainly the most brazen that the president and his allies have been.
Cheering the tariffs.
We've always been at the bottom rung of the ladder, and it's time for that to change.
Donated organs thrown away.
I consider this to be an existential threat to the whole transplant system.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan. With the CBS World News Roundup, the White House is again at odds with the U.S. Supreme Court in the case of a man mistakenly deported to El Salvador. The administration has balked at working to get him back, and El Salvador's president says he's powerless to act. CBS's Nancy Cordes reports President Trump has suggested sending Americans convicted of crimes to El Salvador.
President Trump said his partnership with El Salvador's President Nayib Bukele is working out so well, he might want to send U.S. citizens to Bukele's prisons, too.
I'm talking about really bad people.
Former U.S. District Judge John Jones says Trump's idea would likely run afoul of the Constitution's Eighth Amendment, which prohibits cruel and unusual punishments.
Suppose you housed an American in this prison, and suppose that American had his conviction overturned. If the administration is being consistent, they would say, we have an innocent man sitting in the prison, but the president of El Salvador won't return him, so he has to sit there.
Something similar happened just yesterday when President Bukele said he would not release a migrant the U.S. had mistakenly sent to a Salvadoran prison last month. Trump's deputy chief of staff, Stephen Miller, made it clear the White House does not plan to push for his release.
He's an illegal alien from El Salvador. Where does he belong? In El Salvador.
Now to Vermont, where a Palestinian man who led protests against the war in Gaza as a student at Columbia University was detained by ICE agents at an immigration office where he expected to be interviewed about finalizing his U.S. citizenship. Vermont Democratic Senator Peter Welch.
I do not believe we should be deporting people who are here legally just because the president doesn't like what they say.
Mohsen Madawi has held a green card for a decade, and he co-founded the Palestinian Student Union at Columbia with Mahmoud Khalil, who was detained earlier by ICE. The Trump administration says it will freeze more than $2 billion in grants and other federal money to Harvard University after the school rejected White House demands that included leadership reforms and a merit-based admissions and hiring policy. Georgetown University law professor David Cole is a former director of the ACLU.
This is part of a concerted campaign by the Trump administration to neutralize potential opposition or criticism of its lawless action.
The man accused of setting the Pennsylvania governor's mansion on fire was arraigned on charges including attempted murder last night. President Trump has suggested he might temporarily exempt the auto industry from tariffs he's imposed. He says it would give car makers time to adjust their supply chains. The last few weeks, we've heard the critics of the Trump tariffs, but CBS's Janet Shamlian has more on an industry that could get a boost from them.
In Barla Battery, Alabama, shrimping trawlers haven't been out on Gulf waters in years due to a flood of cheaper imported shrimp from countries like India and Ecuador.
I had 12 fishing vessels. Decided it was getting so tough on me, I sold 3, tied up 3.
Many in the city of 2100 felt it, including Henry Barnes, who makes shrimp nets.
I imagine I'm down to about 50% of what I was 8 years ago.
And you're probably nearing retirement age.
I'll probably have to work a half a day the day they bury me.
And they're unapologetic that tariffs will likely make shrimp more expensive for Americans.
You can't please everybody all the time, and I don't try to. We've always been at the bottom rung of the ladder, and it's time for that to change.
It's 4 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Dariana. We call him Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge. And there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, that he's a good person. I think the advice I would give is you don't need to know all the answers. The craziest thing was believing that your dad knew everything. So as a dad, you felt like you had to know everything. You had to get everything right. It's okay to make mistakes. As long as it's coming from love, then, it kind of starts to work itself out. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we worked together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg took the stand yesterday in the first day of a big antitrust trial. The Federal Trade Commission is looking to prove Instagram and WhatsApp were bought to preserve a monopoly in the social networking space. Zuckerberg said his company invested, quote, a ton in Instagram after it was bought. CBS News tech contributor Ian Scher.
The truth is that over the last decade, Instagram has become a key part of Facebook's strategy, in particular luring younger people who otherwise may have gone to other apps like TikTok or YouTube.
The Justice Department is charged a man with vandalizing a Tesla dealership in New Mexico and setting fire to the headquarters of the state Republican Party. Attorney General Bondi says prosecutors will seek a prison term of up to 40 years in the case. Well, this morning, CBS's Tom Hansen investigates organ donations. More usable organs are being discarded.
In the last hours of Mitch Potter's life, his family allowed us into the room as they said their final goodbyes.
I love you. I love you so much.
Potter was 31 when a car accident left him brain dead and on life support.
We are here to recover organs.
His heart was harvested to save a life in Minnesota.
Everybody ready?
His kidney saved a child in Michigan. But Mitch's liver was thrown away. The hospital it went to said it did not meet their standards. One of nearly 12,000 organs discarded nationwide last year. 4 years ago, the government changed incentives for organ procurement organizations to recover more organs, even if they are less than perfect. Dr. Richard Formica is president of the organization that sets policy for the U.S. transplant system.
Organs from older donors, organs from donors with diabetes. Those donors would not have been pursued 10 years ago.
Not all transplant centers will accept less than perfect organs. They are higher risk and require specialized skills and resources to transplant them. Failed transplants can affect a center's rating. But at Hackensack University Medical Center in New Jersey, patients have another option. Dr. Michael Goldstein is director of transplantation.
We don't want to screen out potential organs that could save someone.
So Hackensack takes less than perfect organs. It accepts 3 times more kidneys than other transplant centers, and still its patient survival rate is higher than the national average.
The WNBA held its annual draft last night on ESPN.
The Dallas Wings select Paige Beckers, University of Connecticut.
Beckers led UConn to the national title earlier this month. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. 783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
A new report finds trouble in some major waterways.
American Rivers says the most endangered rivers this year are the Mississippi, Tijuana, and the rivers of southern Appalachia. Heather Taylor-Measley with the group on why rivers and streams are so important.
Rivers are a great equalizer. Just because you're rich doesn't mean you get to hang out at a river. Just because you're poor doesn't mean you can't hang out at a river. This is the place where everybody is welcomed.
The group says many of the rivers on the list are dealing with sewage, chemical pollution, or toxic pollutants. Matt Piper, CBS News.
A 5.2 magnitude earthquake shook Southern California yesterday, but officials reported no injuries or major damage. It was centered in San Diego County. Some residents say they got notification from an early warning system seconds before the quake, others after the shaking had stopped. It was felt in L.A. County, 120 miles away. That's the World News Roundup for Tuesday. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. Today, the Seattle City Council will vote on new safety regulations for late-night lounges. The legislation comes after dozens of shooting at these sorts of lounges over the past decade, including a recent double murder at a hookah lounge. The proposed bill would require the lounges to be up to date on all city permits and licenses, have at least 2 security guards, among other safety measures. The vote is at 2 p.m. today. Bellevue police say a teenage girl was groped by a rideshare driver. Now they want to know if there are any more victims. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay reports.
Police say 43-year-old Martin Najoki convinced the girl to sit in the front seat of his Mitsubishi on February 17th. Drew Anderson with Bellevue Police says when you're using a rideshare service, always sit in the back.
Put yourself and your safety before the ride.
He says the man tried to prevent her from getting out of the car, but she did manage to get away near Southeast 44th Place and 121st Avenue Southeast. The Mitsubishi had a license plate number of CBM 2456. If you or someone you know had a similar experience, call Bellevue PD. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
A bikini barista in Everett shares her experience of being attacked on the jaw. The woman spoke through a Zoom call at the suspect's first court appearance Monday.
I'm kind of shocked right now. I don't really know how to express myself. All I can say is that it was a very traumatized experience.
The 22-year-old suspect is accused of attacking 2 baristas last week at separate stands along Evergreen Way. Court documents say the man turned himself in on Friday. KIRO 7 TV reports a judge set his bail at $350,000. FEMA has denied Washington's request for federal disaster relief following November's deadly storms. Nearly $34 million in damage has been estimated. Ann Hansen says her dog's groomer's neighbor is still recovering.
Her neighbor had 5 trees come down on her house, 5. And so she has been out of her house since November because it caused major damage to her home.
Governor Bob Ferguson says in a statement that the state's application met all of FEMA's criteria and criticized the federal government's decision to withhold assistance. He plans to appeal that decision. Now to a 13-year-old boy. We know he will remain on electronic home monitoring following his initial court appearance at a King County Juvenile Court on Monday. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch has more.
Along with his attorney and both parents, the 13-year-old pleaded not guilty to all charges. Prosecutors allege the teen brought a gun on campus at Sequoia Middle School last week and shot another teen in the head. Casey McNerthney with the King County Prosecutor's Office says this case should serve as a warning for other teens.
I think the message here is if you threaten somebody with a gun on school grounds or if you shoot somebody, either way, you're going to be in a traditional courtroom facing the judge.
The teen has no criminal record and the victim will be okay. In Seattle, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
A 19-year-old French phenom is coming to the Seattle Storm.
The Seattle Storm select Dominique Malunga from France.
The 6'6" forward has the 2nd overall pick in the WNBA draft. Malunga is the 5th player from France to be taken for the first round. And now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Tacoma to Seattle, about 34 minutes right now. Puyallup to Renton, 22 minutes. Renton to Bellevue, about 60 minutes. Everett to Seattle, about 26 minutes. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast, we have some patchy fog, a few more high clouds today. We'll have some great sunshine again today. Highs will be in the mid-60s. Right now, it's about 43 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, CBS Tech contributor Ian Scher with a look at the big Meta lawsuit underway and why it could mean the sale of Instagram for Mark Zuckerberg. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News. At KIRO News Radio, our commitment goes beyond delivering the latest headlines.
Authorities say they've busted a violent drug trafficking ring in Seattle.
Mayor Bruce Harrell says this operation should go a long way toward putting a stop to crime in the CID.
We dive deep into the stories that matter, helping you understand the impact on your community and your life.
Even if you do get caught, you're going to probably get a small little smack on the hands.
You can have your opinions, I can have mine.
KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's tax season, and at LifeLock, we know you're tired of numbers. But this one you need to hear. $16.5 billion. That's how much money in refunds the IRS flagged for possible identity fraud last year. Now, here's a good number. $100 million. That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it guaranteed. Oh, one last number. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit LifeLock.com for the threats you can't control. Terms apply.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through June 23rd, get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. Plus, get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all for $40 a month for 1 year. And ask how you can get a free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply with paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Xfinity Internet required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $70 per month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual fees vary and not guaranteed.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund returning 9% has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Thanks for joining us. Along with Manda Factor, I'm Charlie Harger. A high-stakes antitrust trial begins today as the Federal Trade Commission tries to force Meta to divest itself of 2 key acquisitions.
CBS tech contributor Ian Scher is with us to break it down. Good morning, Ian. What's the reason for this trial?
In a lot of ways, it's about the fact that Meta has grown into one of the most powerful companies in the world, and I don't think anyone debates that. But part of the question of how it did this is about this trial. Over a decade ago, it bought Instagram, which at the time was a small social network for sharing photos, and WhatsApp, which was a very popular in Europe messaging service that kind of replaced SMS. You may all remember when we used to have to pay for our text messages, and we would tell all of our friends to text us on the weekends because it was cheaper then. In Europe, it was even worse, and that's why WhatsApp became popular. Well, by buying these 2 companies, the FTC says that Facebook not only was able to get access to new social networks and new groups of users, which it then worked on and spent a lot of money building and creating more features for, but that it kneecapped potential competition. And as a result, if Instagram and WhatsApp had been allowed to exist on their own, the FTC essentially argues that the market would be more fair. It would be more competitive. And, for example, if I wanted to come in and create IanSocialNetwork.com, it would be slightly easier, although still very hard, to do that.
And so one of the outcomes of this trial could be the divestment of Instagram and WhatsApp. They could just go as their own companies?
Well, that is definitely the threat. it is worth noting that it's been very rare the government has actually done this. My favorite example, of course, being AT&T. You may remember, or if you go back into the history books, at one point, Ma Bell, as it was called, was broken up as a monopoly. And over the period of the next few decades, it just congealed back into the AT&T we know today. And so there is a question about whether or not breaking up companies does work. It's also worth noting that when the time came for with Microsoft, when it was declared a monopoly by a judge more than 2 decades ago, the government essentially decided not to break it up. And as a result, Microsoft kind of continued being Microsoft. So it's hard to tell. There's definitely an argument about whether or not Instagram or WhatsApp can be their own companies, partially because they make money differently from the way that Facebook does. And so if you were to break WhatsApp into its own company, for example, could it actually survive? And that is its own question.
Ian, we mentioned the trial begins today. These types of cases seem to drag on for some time. Do we have any sort of timeline?
Well, the dragging on is somewhat by design. I think that we're probably going to hear what typically happens is all of the arguments are made. We get to see all of the detail and all of the examples that they've pulled and all of that. And I think that oftentimes it's some of the most fun because we get to hear some of the inside conversations that were happening at these companies because that is part of the judicial process. But typically then it's off to a judge or jury, and we have to wait a little while to actually learn whether or not it ends up being declared a monopoly or not.
Ian, lastly, the DOJ under the Trump administration has a decidedly more favorable approach to business and these tech titans. Does that play into how this trial may take place?
It's going to be very interesting. We've definitely seen a push and pull between the relationship of the White House and the tech industry. You may remember a number of tech executives were at the inauguration in January, including Amazon co-founder Jeff Bezos, Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg, Apple's Tim Cook. It goes on and on. But even just in the last couple of days, an example of how this is changing all the time, on Friday, the White House said that it was going to exempt a number of computer products from potential tariffs, which was one of the big concerns in hurting Apple's stock. Well, now, then on Sunday, Trump said that it's only a temporary pause and no one will be able to get out of having to deal with the tariffs. So even though it seemed like for at least 36 hours, the tech industry had a major win, now it's less of a win. So how does this play out? It's really hard to tell. But you are correct in saying that the White House generally has a more business-friendly approach, at least when it comes to these tech companies.
All right, we'll keep watching. Ian, thanks for the update this morning. CBS tech contributor Ian Scher.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, outside of some patchy fog, we'll have a few more high clouds today, but expect some sunshine. Highs will be in the mid-60s. Right now, it's about 45 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Crime and Punishment, our weekly check-in with Casey McNerthy at the King County Prosecutor's Office. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment and paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision.
Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific, permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
After replacing more than 100,000 failing lenses, we have the experience to tell you if it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consultation with us about K2 Vision RLE to get your eyes seeing young again, permanently.
Go to k2visionrle.com. k2visionrle.com.
It's clogged again.
Your drain?
Just had it cleared.
You didn't call Apollo Plumbing.
How can you tell?
Because your drain's clogged again.
So frustrating.
We can clear that drain.
That's what the last guy said.
We'll clear it, guaranteed.
He said that too.
Apollo Plumbing will clear your drain, or it's free.
Wait, what?
Apollo Plumbing clears your drain.
Or it's free?
Yep.
What's the catch?
No catch.
Fine print?
Apollo Plumbing clears your main drain for $83.
$83, or it's free?
And we'll even give you a camera inspection.
Because?
It's the best way to find what's causing your clog.
But that's extra.
Nope, included.
No extra charge?
Not 1 cent.
$83, or it's free.
All it takes is an accessible outside cleanout.
And an Apollo plumber.
No clog is safe from Apollo Plumbing.
And just like that, my main drain is...
Draining again.
How can you...
Apollo plumbers are that good.
83, or it's free.
You call, we come.
My drain's draining again.
Guaranteed.
83, or it's free.
As it should be.
Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft, and we've got an offer you're not going to want to wait for. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves. Whatever you like, we'll help you create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, and expense than a tear-out. Stop waiting. We're having a trade-in sale. You'll save $30 per door and drawer front off the cost of your new kitchen. Count them up and see how much you'll save. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Call today and let one of our pros come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, the reverse mortgage expert. Steve, mortgage rates have been dropping this year. How could that help seniors struggling to stay in their homes?
Lower mortgage rates means seniors can now get more money from their equity with a reverse mortgage. You can pay off your existing mortgage, have extra money to help with today's high cost of living, or believe it or not, you can even buy a home with a reverse mortgage. There are many uses, and best of all, you have no mortgage payments the rest of your life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Every 2 minutes, an American is sexually assaulted. Be the someone who gives their time. Be the someone who lends an ear. Be the someone who takes a step. This is Christina Ricci with RAIN, asking you to join the fight against sexual violence and volunteer in your community. Log on to RAIN.org, that's RAINN.org, to learn how you can be the someone.
This message brought to you by the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network and this station.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir.
Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Steel, walk behind, zero turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow.
This Easter, we invite you to share your egg-siding creations with us. Hartley Wilcox here. Submit your beautifully decorated Easter egg photos to our Wilcox Family Farms Facebook page. Enjoying the community and celebrating this joyous holiday. For over a century, our farm-fresh eggs have been a part of your cherished traditions. From our family to yours, we wish you a happy and colorful Easter filled with love, joy, and delicious Wilcox eggs. Wilcox Family Farms, locally fresh since 1909.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM. Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. The White House is once again rejecting the authority of the U.S. Supreme Court in the case of a man mistakenly deported to El Salvador. The administration is supported by the El Salvadorian president who visited the White House just yesterday and called the idea of returning Kilmar Abrego Garcia, quote, preposterous. CBS's Nancy Cordes has more.
Trump's deputy chief of staff, Stephen Miller, made it clear Monday the White House does not plan to push for his release.
He's an illegal alien from El Salvador. Where was he sent? To El Salvador. Where does he belong? In El Salvador. He belongs.
Sending someone home and sending them into a prison that they could remain for
It is
life.
up to El Salvador how to handle the process for their own citizens.
Top officials in the administration said it doesn't matter if Kilmar Abrego Garcia comes back because if he did, they'd just deport him again. Washington State Attorney General Nick Brown is challenging what he calls unconstitutional executive orders that single out law firms. He has joined 21 attorney generals in filing 2 briefs on behalf of those law firms. Brown spoke about this in his ongoing legal battles with the Trump administration just last week here on Seattle's Morning News.
If President Trump or any other president is breaking the law and harming Washingtonians, I have an obligation to defend those laws, and we're going to do that.
President Trump has issued orders that suspend held by workers of certain law firms that he perceives as political adversaries, including Seattle Perkins Coie, known for its long-standing legal work with the Democratic Party. Bellevue police have arrested a rideshare driver who they say groped a teenage girl back in February.
It was a very scary situation overall.
Drew Anderson with Bellevue PD says they now want to know if there are any other victims out there. The assault happened Friday, February 17th near Southeast 44th Place and 121st Avenue Southeast. Police say 43-year-old Martin Najoki tried to prevent her from getting out of the car, but she managed to escape. He was driving a Mitsubishi with a license plate number CBM 2456. He is charged with unlawful imprisonment and indecent liberties. If you or someone you know has been assaulted by this man, you're asked to call Bellevue Police. In Pierce County, a suspicious license plate turned into a chase. Deputies tried to stop the driver early yesterday after noticing his car's license plate did not match the car's make and model. Deputy Carly Capetto says,
"It was actually a fake paper picture of a license plate that was laminated and placed on the vehicle to look real."
Deputies took the driver and his female passenger into custody. Deputies also found cash and drug paraphernalia inside the car. The man was booked for investigation of eluding and forgery. And now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Federal Way to Seattle about 28 minutes right now. Twill to Bellevue 18. Issaquah to Seattle about 20 minutes. Redmond to Seattle about 15. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast, we have some patchy fog, some high clouds, and lots of beautiful sunshine today. Highs will be in the mid-60s. Right now, it's about 45 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News. Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
Monday morning makes it time for Crime and Punishment. Every week at this time, Casey McNerthy from the King County Prosecutor's Office joins us to talk about cases they are following. And Casey, I want to start with this. It happened late yesterday afternoon into the evening. There was a boy who was shot to death in Renton, a 15-year-old. Another was critically injured. You have prosecutor's office attorneys on the scene already for this case.
Yeah. Every time that there's a homicide in King County or a possible homicide, a senior deputy prosecutor from the King County Prosecutor's Office goes out to that scene, and that's been the process since the 1990s. The reason is having somebody at the scene to understand what happens and to be right alongside police, and then eventually have that same person handle the trial. It really makes a difference. And the easiest way to explain it is, and these are far less serious things, but if you go to a concert or a sports event, when you see something that is live, you can describe it so much better than if you were to see it on video or to read about it. It's much different. And that experience of just absorbing the scene really, really makes a difference. And so in the 1990s, the King County Prosecutor's Office started doing that. And when there are questions from investigators about search warrants, for example, because prosecutors can help present that to a judge, they're right there to answer it, and it makes the whole process go faster. And so when there was this call out yesterday, there was a senior deputy prosecutor who's worked since the 1990s on these cases who went out to the scene. And I'm sure there's people who were seeing this headline and kind of frustrated that there's not more information, but I assure you that there's a lot going on behind the scenes, and I'm sure that we'll hear more from Renton soon.
Do we know anything about what that person has gleaned from the crime scene yet in this case?
Not too much, other than there was a 15-year-old who was killed and one other person who was rushed to Harborview. The 15-year-old died at the scene. They tried to rush in a private vehicle the other person to Harborview.
But no suspect yet.
No suspect yet. No description yet. But it wouldn't surprise me if we hear an update later on today.
That's not the only shooting involving a teenager this week. We have the situation in Federal Way where a teenager is accused of shooting another teenager, and it was on a school campus. What are we learning about this story, Casey?
Yeah, this happened in unincorporated King County near Auburn on a school ground that's part of the Federal Way School District. There was a 13-year-old who was charged with this shooting. It's just a concerning case. Whenever you have kids involved in something like this, it's a big problem. And I think a lot of people wonder what happens. And so the King County Prosecutor's Office charged multiple crimes here: assault and unlawful gun possession and tampering with evidence. When you shoot somebody at a school, when you threaten somebody with a gun, that's not a diversion case. That's got to go through traditional court and try to get some real intervention to correct this behavior, see what's going on with this kid. It's not somebody that we've seen before, and so that's concerning to have such a serious case right out of the gate. But he's expected in court this afternoon to enter an initial plea.
And we also have hate crimes in the news. You're on a pace to really be prosecuting dozens this year, it seems.
Yeah, especially cases involving perceived sexual orientation or gender expression. We're already this year, we're only 2 away from the total number of last year. It's really concerning to see those cases. There was an incident in Fremont, was the most recent one, that Seattle police investigated. That came to us. There was a first appearance just in the last couple of days, and a King County prosecutors asked for him to be held on bail, and the court, after hearing from both sides, agreed. It's something that we're going to stay on top of, but it's anytime you hear these cases, it's really disturbing because we know they're underreported too.
Casey McNerthy from the King County Prosecutor's Office. Casey, thanks for your time today.
Yeah, it's good to see you both.
Coming up, we'll have some national headlines. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
KIRO News Radio, your home for G and Ursula, 9 to noon.
I don't like caps on rent. You got one time to get the wrong renter in your crib. If you get it wrong, that person says, I'm not paying rent. You know what? I'm going to stay in this home. In the state of Washington, they have made it so easy for people to squat. Our tax dollars give them money to fight against the landlord.
There are a lot of people who are really hurting, and I think both can be true.
Streaming live on your smart speaker.
Hey, I want to tell you a sellwithwes.com success story. Wes Jones knows how important your home sale can be for your future plans. So when he got a call from Susan in Federal Way, he was eager to step up and help her sell her home of 25 years.
Her house was her biggest asset, and this home sale was super meaningful for her. So she's like, I know that I'm leaving money on the table in the condition that it's in. Like, what can we do?
I told him up front that I did not have the time or finances to do what needed to be done. And he immediately jumped in with, well, I do.
He told her about their Listing Boost concierge service.
We identified probably 4 or 5 major things.
It just was all so fast. They did everything.
I'm a son of a builder, and I've done a lot of flips over the years. So this is work that we actually like to do. We are seeking this out.
And I would just tell anybody, here's his phone number, give him a call. He'll take care of it.
So if you're in the market to sell your home, do what Susan did. Check out Wes Jones and his team at sellwithwes.com. Sell with Wes, a better way to sell your home.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Enjoy your drive home with the John Curley Show.
Go talk to the customer and find out why they went for Donald Trump, and then why not satisfy that customer as opposed to just destroying the guy.
Weekday afternoons from 3 to 7 on KIRO News Radio.
My name is Carlos, and I'm a Cub Scout. I'm here to talk to you today about becoming a scout like me. Cub Scouts get badges for doing fun activities, and we make friends. Scouts go camping, climbing, and fishing, and swimming together. We play sports and go to parades. Scouts also help people and become the best versions of themselves. Visit bascout.org to find a pack near you, get any questions answered, and sign up for Cub Scouts online.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
Dayandnight.net.
The old throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
Dayandnight.net.
Slow drains, backed up toilet, is your main drain or sewer clogged? Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Over the past 70 years, I think we've seen every drain clog out there. If your pipes aren't draining from a small fix to a major repair, our sewer and camera inspection will show exactly where the problem is. I promise you, our experienced technicians will find the issue, the right solution, and do it at a fair price. Give us a call or visit
dayandnight.net.
I guarantee whether Day and Night is your first choice or your smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
If you have a drain that's slow or clogged, call Day and Night. Now you'll save $50 off any drain cleaning. Slow or clogged drains? You know where to go.
Dayandnight.net.
CBS News Brief. The Supreme Court says a Maryland man mistakenly deported to prison in El Salvador must be returned. But the Trump administration says it can't. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
That's up to El Salvador if they want to return him. That's not up to us.
El Salvador's president says it would be preposterous to send him back. The Trump administration's frozen more than $2 billion in funding to Harvard for refusing to make changes over anti-Semitism concerns. This student is afraid it'll endanger scientific research.
These are people who are the best in the world, and that's why they're here. So that research is sort of in jeopardy.
Harvey Weinstein's Me Too retrial for alleged sex crimes begins in New York today. Legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum.
The verdict of the last trial was overturned by an appeals court because the judge allowed evidence related to other women who were not part of that first proceeding.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, outside of some patchy fog, we have a few more high clouds today, but prepare for another beautiful day full of sunshine. Highs will be in the mid-60s. Right now, it's about 45 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, CBS business analyst Jill Schlesinger breaks down the latest economic impact of President Trump's tariffs. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Hey, it's me, the foul pole at T-Mobile Park. But it's about time they call me the fair pole, because those are the moments I live for. When Cal's up to the plate, I'm always on high alert.
The big dumper with a 2-run blast.
And then there's Randy Arozarena, launching missiles into the stands, flipping his bat so high it practically reaches my eye level.
Blasted back, Randy Arozarena strikes again.
And J-Rod, heck, when he connects, he makes the whole building shake.
And it's gone. Goodbye, baseball. Julio Rodriguez.
So come on down and take a seat beside me. You might even go home with a souvenir. Mariners baseball, Trident's up.
The Mariners are back in town starting April 25th, and you won't want to miss 2 great giveaways. City Connect Captain's Hat Friday the 25th and Moose Shoulder Plush Night Saturday the 26th. Plus, score value game seats as low as $10 April 29th and 30th. Go to mariners.com to get your tickets and check out everything on deck.
There used to be a time when quality and service meant something. Call us old-fashioned, but at RoofSmart, we're still stuck in that time. A time when craftsmanship meant more than price. A time when excellent service meant more than cutting costs. And a time when attention to detail meant more than rushing. Hi, I'm Jim Singletary, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we keep it old school. We're a locally owned roofing company that cares about customers over profit. While other roofing companies are being bought out by private equity and turned into quality-cutting, margin-maximizing machines, we're still here staying true to our customer-focused values. That's why we use manufacturers who share our same quality-first values, and we never outsource our installations. Our guys are paid better because we expect excellence, and we have in-house quality control. Think private equity guys do that? To replace your roof with a company deeply rooted in old-fashioned values, call RoofSmart at 206-487-4877 or visit GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
There are new concerns about the economy after President Trump said reports that Chinese electronics would be exempt from his tariffs were not true. Well, now he's promising even more tariffs.
And joining us is Jill Schlesinger from CBS News. You keep an eye on these financial things for us, Jill. What are we to read into what the president had to say over the weekend?
Who knows? Because on Friday, the administration did announce that there would be certain tech goods that would not be subject to the additional reciprocal tariff. So what I understand that to mean, again, we might have further clarification later today, is that there are certain smartphones, computers, flat screen TVs, semiconductors that are not going to be subject to those additional reciprocal tariffs that were announced, that 145% on Chinese goods, right? But those specific items would be subject to the 10% blanket tariff on all imports to the U.S. or 20% if they are imported from China. Okay, take a deep breath and let's just remember, if the entire point of the tariffs was to encourage more manufacturing moving to the United States, this would be a reason not to move your manufacturing to the United States. Because if you were Apple, for example, and you said, well, I will import the iPhone that is actually created in China. I will pay as I'm Apple. I have to pay the 20% tariff on that good. And if instead I say, well, I want to assemble everything in the United States, I'll move the factory here to the U.S. If I import all the input products, all the different components of that iPhone, those products are actually at a 145% tariff. So you can see how if you're Apple, you're going to do nothing right now except say to the president, please don't subject our iPhones to 145% tariffs.
Joe, this has been very difficult to follow all the back and forth. How is it expected to affect Wall Street this week?
Well, for this minute, it's interesting because we have the stock market, which is pointing higher in terms of the early going here. And that is essentially because Apple stock and a lot of other tech stocks got hammered in the last, say, 8 trading sessions just because of those 145% tariffs on China. Now, even if the stock market is the getting the headlines, the more important part of the market right now is the bond market. The bond market is sort of the lubricant to the global financial system. And over the last 5 trading sessions, there's been a lot of uncertainty inside the bond market. And this is probably what really did cause President Trump to announce that 90-day pause, because the bond market was coming undone. And again, just to put a fine point on it, the bond market is much bigger than the stock market, and it's very important to the functioning of all global markets.
And it's almost an indicator of whether investors believe the United States is a good investment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, listen, sometimes people sell bonds because they're just like, they've lost so much money in the stock market, they just have to raise cash. So, and sometimes you make a bet against part of the bond market that unfolds and it doesn't go your way and you get out of it. That happened to a lot of hedge funds last week. But then there's also a lot of selling coming from foreign investors. If you're a Chinese investor and you owned a lot of bonds, maybe you're going to start selling bonds. Maybe you're going to use the bond market as a bit of a quiet reminder to the U.S. government that you, as the Chinese government and Chinese investment community, own a lot of U.S. debt, and maybe that is part of their negotiation. We don't know, but what I do know is when the bond market is not functioning well, that's when the Federal Reserve picks their heads up and says, "Uh-oh." Part of the Fed's job is to make sure that the government bond market moves smoothly. So there was a lot of concern over that. And right now, I think among a lot of economists, the fear is that all of this uncertainty that has been sown from the on-again, off-again tariffs and reciprocal tariffs and retaliation, all of that is causing investors not only some concern, but individuals, consumers, and businesses. It's causing our confidence to really fall apart. We got a sentiment index from the University of Michigan last Friday that shows that consumer confidence is weaker than it was during the 2008 financial crisis. That is really something. And when you don't feel confident as an individual, you don't feel confident as a business, you know what you don't do? You don't spend freely. And that is why we're seeing more and more economists project that there could be a recession brewing both here in the United States and around the world.
We'll get a clearer picture of that on Wednesday. That's when retail sales come out, right?
Yeah, but I think that report's not even going to show the real impact of what we've been feeling because, again, that is a retail sales report for the month of March. And it was April 2nd that the tariff regime was first announced. So it's a bit of past. I think we'll have to look at some of the day-to-day reports that are coming out of some of the big companies that are reporting their corporate earnings. In some respects, that might give us a bigger clue. For example, if you have a company like Nike that says, oh, by the way, we do not see a lot of spending going on right now, or we are really fearful about what comes next. It's those warnings that we're going to get from the big companies during corporate earnings season that are going to be very important coming into the next couple of weeks.
Jill Schlesinger from CBS News. Jill, thank you. Have a great week.
Thanks a lot.
For your KIRO News radio forecast, outside of some patchy fog and a few more high clouds today, we'll have some beautiful sunshine. Highs will be in the mid-60s. Right now, it's about 46 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Seattle's Morning News with your hosts, Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
KIRO News Radio doesn't just report the news. We help you make sense of it.
People in this area, they have us. We can keep this guy honest. That's our job.
New media is leaving the old guard behind. Yes.
We provide the analysis and context you need to stay ahead in these fast-paced times.
That man is still on the loose, and Everett police are searching for him.
Seattle Public Schools look to boost graduation rates by 10% over the next 5 years.
Stay tuned with KIRO News Radio, where you'll find out why.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through June 23rd, get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. Plus, get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all for $40 a month for 1 year. And ask how you can get a free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply with paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Xfinity Internet required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $70 per month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual fees vary and not guaranteed.
KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Did you know that over the past 10 years, home values have increased the most during the first quarter of the year? So how much is your home worth right now? Check it out instantly at sellwithwest.com. Sure, there are other apps out there you can use, but most of them are national companies. If you want local expertise, someone who actually knows what's happening with the housing market in your neighborhood, there's no one more local than Wes Jones. If you're even thinking about making a move in 2025, go to sellwithwest.com, sellwithwest.com, and start by using their free home value calculator to see what your home is worth. It might be worth more than you think. You'll get so much more than just a number from Wes Jones. We're talking about recent sales in your neighborhood, the market temperature in your city, side-by-side comparisons of multiple online estimates. You can even calculate how much equity you have, and even a breakdown of how your home's value has changed over time. So here's what you have to do. Go to sellwithwest.com, type in your address, and bam, you'll have instant access to all of this and more. It's fast, easy, it's local. Sellwithwest.com, a better way to sell your home.
He flew fighter jets in 2 wars and taught you how to drive a car. He fed everyone on the block, but never shared his secret recipes. And every time he'd tell a story, he'd own the room. But now more than ever, he may feel alone. Today, older adults and their loved ones are struggling to connect in a time when connection has never been more important. But there is something we can do. Embrace our older loved ones through StoryCorps Connect. With StoryCorps Connect, you can honor seniors remotely with an interview about their life. Every interview will be archived at the Library of Congress, becoming part of American history, so that years from now, future generations can listen in.
All right, Grandpa, what's one piece of advice you have for me?
Just 3 words, sweetheart. Live with courage. The man that had the best stories still has plenty of stories to tell. So connect virtually and share the conversation of a lifetime at StoryCorpsConnect.org/AARP. Connect, honor, share. StoryCorps Connect. A message from AARP, StoryCorps, and the Ad Council.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Some kids never smile. They're embarrassed by their crooked teeth. They want braces like the other kids, but their families can't afford them. Some may even try to straighten their teeth themselves. That can make everything worse. Luckily, there's Donated Orthodontic Services, a program from the American Association of Orthodontists. It helps provide orthodontic treatment to kids and teens whose families can't afford it. For kids who apply, are approved, and are matched with a volunteer orthodontist, it can be life-changing. Their treatment is in the hands of an expert, a licensed local orthodontic specialist who improves their smiles by correctly aligning teeth and jaws. Some kids think they'll never smile again, but Donated Orthodontic Services may help them smile with confidence. To link to the application and eligibility requirements, visit aaoinfo.org.
The team that gave me back my full head of hair, Advanced Hair, is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. Dr. Perungo and his world-class team begin regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And Advanced Hair guarantees your new hair will grow, just like they did for me. Find out why Advanced Hair is the best of the best. With your free consultation, you'll receive $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
You pledged your life to serve. You made sacrifices, lost loved ones. At VA, we don't see the falls you've taken. We see the 1,000 times you've stood back up. We embrace your uniqueness and won't trivialize your hardships. We can't promise to heal all wounds or wash away all trauma, but we do see a path forward. We see all veterans. We see you. Learn how treatment works and recovery is possible. Visit MakeTheConnection.net.
Charlie Harger here. When your hot turns to cold, you better think fast. Fast water heater. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST. That's 1-800-THINK-FAST or fastwaterheater.com.
You better think fast. Fast water heater.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. We could learn more today about the fate of a Maryland man the White House admits was mistakenly deported to prison in his native El Salvador. The Supreme Court says he must be brought back. But Attorney General Pam Bondi says
he was illegally in our country. He had been illegally in our country. If they wanted to return him, we would facilitate it, meaning provide a plane.
El Salvador's president says he will not send Kilmar Abrego Garcia back. Legal contributor Jessica Levinson.
We're really inching towards this showdown we keep talking about with respect to judicial orders and executive actions and whether or not they dance around, slow walk, somewhat comply, or if they're just outright defiance of these orders.
There's a court hearing scheduled in Maryland today. The man accused of setting the Pennsylvania governor's mansion on fire rolled his eyes and stuck his tongue out at reporters after he was arraigned on charges of arson, attempted murder, and terrorism. CBS's Chanel Call.
Bomber told the judge he's been living here in Harrisburg with his parents for the last year, adding that he does not suffer mental health issues. He called that a rumor. He was also denied bail and did not enter a plea.
Governor Shapiro, his family and friends all escaped unharmed. Jury selection begins in New York today for Harvey Weinstein's Me Too retrial and alleged sex crimes. Legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum.
The verdict of the last trial was overturned by an appeals court because the judge allowed evidence related to other women who were not part of that first proceeding.
Lawmakers in North Dakota have approved a bill to keep sexually explicit books away from young readers.
Under the bill, school and public libraries would have to move any obscene content to an area kids can't access. People who think certain material is obscene would file a complaint to a county state's attorney who would decide if that material should be restricted. Schools and libraries that don't comply could lose their state funding. The ACLU of North Dakota says the bill, which now awaits the governor's signature, amounts to censorship. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
A nonprofit environmental group is out with its annual list of most endangered rivers. At the top, the mighty Mississippi. The organization's Taylor Measley says there are steps that can be taken to turn things around.
So on the Mississippi River, they're talking about FEMA. And how do we not just respond to disasters, but get communities ready for disasters prior? How do we let the river have the space to flood?
Number 2 on the list, the Tijuana River. The group says it is threatened by out-of-control sewage and chemical pollution. U.S. futures all down ahead of the opening bell. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
China takes aim at Boeing in the latest round of the tariff fight. We'll have that coming up after we check the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk with Sully.
And we're off to a red start on the Valley Freeway coming up from the Puyallup area. We've got a crash northbound 167, right lane, right before you get to 15th Southwest in Auburn. And we're up to 55 minutes from Puyallup Puyallup to Renton, that is a 15-minute delay there. Once you get through that, or if you're joining at 18, you're going to have a clean drive and only 15 minutes to get you up to Renton. But that first 5 miles is not going to be pretty. After that, Renton to Bellevue, if you're continuing up that corridor, only 15 minutes there. Olympia to Tacoma, nice and easy at about 35. Tacoma itself is quiet. Federal Way to Seattle, about 40, so not too bad there. Coming down from the north end, we're already seeing some brake lights through the Marysville area, a little bit on the trestle, but after that, not too bad. 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. This report brought to you by Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Through April, Lake Washington Windows paying your sales tax plus giving you 18 months to pay. For details, visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 6:04. More fallout from the U.S. trade war with China, including a huge impact to Boeing.
Just developing this morning, the Chinese government is announcing this morning they will no longer accept deliveries of Boeing jets. We get more on this live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Yeah, this is a major announcement for Boeing. Boeing stock down already at some point this morning, at 4% during pre-market trading. Here's the deal. Chinese airline companies have now been ordered by the Chinese government to stop all Boeing deliveries. They've also been ordered to stop buying aircraft parts and other aviation-related equipment from Boeing. This will impact some 179 commercial airplanes from China's top 3 carriers that were expected to be delivered over the next 2 years. So far this year, Boeing has delivered 18 commercial planes to China. This announcement comes in response to the ongoing trade war, as you mentioned, Charlie and Manda, between the U.S. and China. China boosted tariffs on U.S. goods to 125% recently, which matches the level of tariffs President Trump placed on Chinese imports, although those taxes could rise some more, as high as 145% on some products. Bloomberg is reporting because of these tariffs, China's tariffs would have more than doubled the price of U.S.-made aircraft and parts, making the cost unaffordable. We have contacted Boeing to see what they say about this. We'll let you know what they say and when they say it. This is a big blow for the company, and it's a story, of course, we will be following all morning for you.
Okay, Luke, thank you. For the time, Seattle's Port Commission president is, for the first time, I should say, rather, the president of Seattle's Port Commission is speaking publicly about the port's lawsuit against the city. The port is asking a judge to overturn a city council vote to allow 900 apartments to be built near Seattle stadiums. Port Commission President Toshika Hasegawa says the move is irresponsible and dangerous.
We're so disappointed in the city of Seattle's decision to rezone our industrial lands for housing.
Port says Seattle should have gone through more environmental review and given interested groups more time to appeal.
The federal government has turned down our state's request for help after last November's bomb cyclone.
FEMA offered no explanation for denying the state's application for recovery money. The storm did $34 million in damage and killed 2 people. Washington applied back in January for that money to repair damage to public highways, public utilities, and electrical power systems. The state has 30 days to appeal, and Ferguson says it will. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
It's 6:07.
Keeping you informed since 1974. You're listening to Seattle's Morning News.
Well, it is Tuesday, April 15th, along with Charlie Harger on Manda Factor. It's tax day.
Yes, if you celebrate.
Yeah, happy.
You haven't finished yours yet, have
I'll
you,
be
Manda?
done soon.
Yeah? It's a deadline for a reason.
Well, when you owe money, it's like I'm really not in a hurry to pay. I got to wait till the last minute.
Yeah,
it's almost done.
And today, by the way, first day of the year that sunset is after 8 p.m.
No, there goes the sleep.
Yeah, well, for us, but like normal people, they're just waking up right now.
And they love it.
It's going to be lovely.
I'm happy for everyone who doesn't go to bed at 7.
That's right. Well, this hour of Seattle's Morning News, sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control. Coming up on this hour of the show, we have our weekly chat with New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold. He weighs in on the latest with President Trump's tariffs.
Also, Sully has a choke point for us. If you're hoping to head down to the coast this spring or summer, expect some big delays. He'll explain.
Washington State Attorney General Nick Brown is challenging what he calls unconstitutional executive orders that single out law firms. He has joined 21 attorneys general in filing 2 briefs on behalf of those firms. Brown spoke about this on his ongoing legal battles with the Trump administration last week on Seattle's Morning News.
If President Trump or any other president is breaking the law and harming Washingtonians, I have an obligation to defend those laws, and we're going to do that.
President Trump has issued orders that suspend held by workers of certain law firms that he perceives as political adversaries, including Seattle's Perkins Coie, known for his longstanding legal work with the Democratic Party.
The North Shore School District has settled a lawsuit for $500,000. The suit claims staff repeatedly restrained and isolated a student at Lockwood Elementary School nearly 4 years ago. The child's family sued the district in 2023. The deaf parents also allege the district didn't provide enough interpreter services and barred them from observing their child's classroom. According to the Everett Herald, the family's attorney says the settlement is fair. She adds the district has taken steps to address the issues.
This is a pretty surprising number. Since 2020, Washington has averaged 1,300 work zone crashes per year. To help protect workers and drivers, the state's first work zone speed camera goes up tomorrow morning. KIRO News Radio's Nate Connors has the story.
Amy Marino with WashDOT says the goal of this safety program is to reduce speeding and not issue tickets. She adds that this is about everyone's safety on the road.
You know, unfortunately, we have seen increasing speeds on our roadways over the last several years and increasing collisions in work zones. And unfortunately, it's not just our workers who are getting injured. We're seeing lots of people in the vehicles who are getting injured.
Wednesday morning, the first cameras go up through JBLM where safety concerns have been mounting. Your first infraction is a freebie. After that, you'll pay $248 per ticket. Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
And Sully, this is separate from the speed cameras up in Skagit County.
And in Spokane County that we talked about last week, which is just a pilot project through June 30th with no tickets being issued at all. Yeah, this is the work zone speed cameras that have been in the works since the 2023 legislature. About 5 of them are about to go active before this summer. This is the first one.
This is the real deal, though. You get one get out of jail free
which
card.
I don't understand. You get one for free.
Yeah.
Why not just hit you with $248 off the get-go, and then maybe you might start changing your behavior?
Okay.
But that's just me on my soapbox.
Starts tomorrow morning. It's 6:10.
Another note from the roads. Drivers through SeaTac could see delays today and tomorrow. DOT crews will close 2 right lanes between South 188th and 405 on northbound I-5 for expansion joint repairs. Work is scheduled between 8 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. both days.
Lawmakers have less than 2 weeks to pass a new state budget. Big issues still aren't settled. That includes a rent cap, gas tax, and spending cuts. Washington State Standard reports they also need to agree on how much to raise the gas tax. Last time lawmakers missed the deadline, it took 3 special sessions to finish.
And parents' rights took center stage again in Olympia. House lawmakers spent 5 hours yesterday debating a bill that changes a law voters helped pass last year. According to the Washington State Standard, Democrats say the new bill clears up confusion. Republicans say it guts a measure backed by more than 400,000 voters. One key change, parents would no longer get advance notice when schools arrange medical care for their child unless it's an emergency. Democrats say students still have privacy rights under other laws. Republicans say the changes drive a wedge between families and schools. The bill passed 56-39. It now heads back to the Senate before it can head for the governor's desk.
Republicans are also angry about a new rule Democrats used to stop debate on that measure. One GOP lawmaker called it a disgrace and accused them of silencing dissent. The bill is now headed back to the Senate.
A 19-year-old French phenom is coming to the Seattle Storm.
The Seattle Storm select Dominique Malunga from France.
She is 6'6". Forward was the second overall pick in the WNBA draft. Malunga is the 5th player from France to be taken in the first round.
At 6:12, let's get a check on the weather, brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. We're joined by KIRO 7's Nick Allard. Good morning, Nick.
Good morning. What a morning. It is gorgeous. We have beautiful sunshine. We have calm weather in the 30s and 40s, and I just expect to see another beautiful day. We'll be a little cooler than yesterday. Got to 67 in Seattle yesterday, got to 62, or rather 72 in Olympia. Why don't we figure we're going to be more like 65 in Seattle, more like 68 today in Olympia. So still a really nice day, just a little bit cooler overall with beautiful sunshine. Now, beyond that, I think into tomorrow, we also see some low clouds and a little bit of fog in the morning. That will lift, and we'll get more like the low 60s, so just a little bit cooler, but still some decent sunshine. And then we'll go back to upper 60s and lower 70s for both Thursday and Friday. Into the weekend, though, mostly cloudy. And what I think you'll see is mainly dry weather, but there could be a few sprinkles, especially later Saturday into Sunday. I really think that's it, though. I don't think you see a ton of moisture, maybe just a few sprinkles during the day on Sunday as well, but it looks more dry than wet. It doesn't look like the kind of forecast where you should specifically plan for certain kinds of Easter egg hunts. It's just the kind of weekend where there could just be a few sprinkles. I mean, Saturday's pretty normal in the upper 50s, and Sunday might be a little bit below average, but still, it's not bad. I just think you're going to have to plan on it being cooler, plan on maybe having a shower or two, but that's really all. Otherwise, not bad.
Okay, Nick, thank you. Mostly clear in Seattle and 46 at 6:13.
And that's time to head back to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Here's Sully.
And just as we had cleared the crash on northbound 167 right before 15th Northwest into Auburn, was in the right lane. We now have a new crash in the HOV lane, about 200 yards north of that. So we haven't gotten any better. We're still looking at about 4 miles of solid bumper to bumper going up out of the Sumner area, and it's still 55 minutes to go from Puyallup up into Renton. It's about a 15-minute delay overall. It's only 15 out of the Auburn area, so that tells you just kind of what you're in for as you start the day. And then Renton to Bellevue is about 20. Northbound I-5, Olympia to Tacoma, no issues for you guys, 35 minutes, but we are seeing some brake lights up the hill past Highway, past Fife, and working your way up past 70th up the hill a little bit, so I'm checking into that. And then Federal Way to Seattle, a little over 40 minutes. Coming down from the north end, you need a couple of minutes in Marysville. Starting to see a little bit of red there past 88th as you work your way into Marysville. And then we're looking at about a normal drive of 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
6:15 now. Let's head over to the news desk with KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gishard.
Today, the Seattle City Council will vote on a new safety regulation for late-night lounges. This legislation comes after dozens of shootings at these sorts of lounges over the past decade, including a recent double murder at a hookah lounge. Erica Estelle pleaded with the Seattle City Council members on the last ordinance to pass for her brother who was shot and killed outside a private Seattle lounge just 7 months ago.
How is this always happening? Whose fault is it? The person who owns the establishment and takes advantage of no repercussions?
The vote is set for 2 p.m. today. In Pierce County, a suspicious license plate turned into a chase. Deputies tried to stop the driver early yesterday after noticing his car's license plate did not match the car's make and model. Deputy Carly Capetto says
it was actually a fake paper picture of a license plate that was laminated and placed on the vehicle to look real.
Deputies took the driver and his female passenger into custody. Deputies also found cash and drug paraphernalia inside the car. The man was booked for investigation of eluding and forgery.
It's 6:16.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
On Tuesdays, we call up New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold to break down some of the big news of the week.
Well, good morning, David. Why don't we start with the latest updates on Trump tariffs? This trade war between the U.S. and China continues to simmer. What do you make of it at this point?
Well, I saw the latest thing is something that means a lot to folks in your area, that China has said its airlines won't take new deliveries of Boeing airplanes. So, I think Trump is trying to have this both ways, to seem very tough, to talk like he's putting all these tariffs on people. But then as soon as things really start to bite and it seems like the stock markets are going to go down and people's prices are going to go way up, he kind of backs off. But I think he's done this on and off thing enough that, A, a lot of tariffs are still in place, especially on China. And B, the markets are reacting in a way that they realize they can't count on the U.S. anymore. So I think it will be very damaging. I just don't feel like we've seen the impact on prices in our everyday lives and on anything beyond the stock market. But I think those impacts are coming.
Is there much noise amongst the administration or the White House about this confusion, this wild swinging of policies? Or is the White House saying, yes, we're behind this and there's a grand strategy to all of this?
They say there's a grand strategy, but obviously there's not. I mean, why would you have done it this way if there was a grand strategy? I think they've switched from the beginning, which was we're going to reorder our relationships with every single country in the world at once, to now we're going to, turn the rest of the world against China. We're going to try to isolate China. That seems to be the most coherent message coming out of it. But the problems with that are, A, that their messaging and their strategy keeps changing, and B, that the idea was to rally the rest of the world against China on our side, why would you begin by punching all of them in the face? Like, why would you do that first if your goal was to turn them into our allies 2 weeks later? So they say there is some sort of strategy. This is the art of the deal, but there's obviously no strategy here.
The president himself says the tariffs are working well. What's he basing that on?
I mean, that's what he says about everything. I assume that he has said, well, many countries have come to us saying they want to do a deal. They want to change their trade relationship up with us in a way that's helpful to us. And I imagine that is true. But, how much he's going to get out of those discussions, if there are new trade deals signed, is a totally open question. And the damage to both our trade relationships with other countries, but also things that we really count on, like the dollar being the reserve currency of the world, U.S. Treasuries being the safest investment in the world. We've shown everyone that we're sort of unreliable. And I think that the consequences of that we still haven't felt yet.
Seems to me that China is a lot better able to withstand a sustained pressure campaign than other countries might be, and especially if they're withholding rare earth materials. That could be problems for U.S. manufacturers, not only now, but for a while down the road.
That's right. These are materials that China has a lot of that are used in making, car batteries and a lot of different, rare earth sounds like something sort of mystical, but these are actually really important elements that are relatively rare and are used in a lot of different products we use. So yes, they have a lot more leverage than us, both because they have a repressive political system that doesn't allow dissent. They've also, got a lot more trading partners. They haven't just alienated. So I do think their ability to withstand the pain of this trade war is greater than ours. Also, obviously Trump has backed off every time things have gotten tough. So he's shown that he doesn't have the stamina they do.
Switching gears, David, it was quite a sight yesterday at the White House as the president hosted the Salvadoran president and talking about immigration issues, among other things. What do you make of that meeting? How did it come about?
Well, so the main thing that was discussed, or the most important thing that was discussed at this meeting, was this prison in El Salvador, where El Salvador has put a huge number of gang members, and I don't think anyone's ever gotten out. The point is you don't get out. And the U.S., as we've talked about before, has sent a couple of hundred people to El Salvador to put in that prison, some of them El Salvadorans, some of them Venezuelans, who we have accused of being in Trinidad, this gang in Venezuela. Some maybe with evidence, others apparently without evidence. So the point was there's one specific person, an El Salvadoran living in Maryland, that was sent to El Salvador and is put in this jail by mistake. The Trump administration has admitted that this person had a deportation order that said he could not go to El Salvador. A judge has said he shouldn't be sent there because he might be persecuted. We sent him there anyway. They put him in prison. The Supreme Court said last week, bring this person back, or at least facilitate the return of this person who was wrongly sent there. And both Trump and Bukele, the president of El Salvador, said, no, we're not doing that. There's no way, you can't make us. So I think we saw a defiance of a unanimous order from the Supreme Court by both Trump and this South American dictator or Central American dictator. So I see that was the most important thing out of it for me, was this open defiance of the Supreme Court's order. And I think we're going to see that more from Trump.
Does the Supreme Court have any leverage themselves if the president, any president for that matter, were to defy its orders? Is there, I can't think of a police force or anything that is directed by the Supreme Court.
No, I mean, their enforcement mechanism is the Constitution. Presidents are supposed to listen to the Supreme Court, and they always have. If we don't, then we're not a nation of laws anymore. So I think that's, the Supreme Court in this case has been so friendly to Trump. You remember they gave him immunity from so many possible crimes committed while he was in office. And their reward, like so many people who have tried sucking up to Trump, their reward is that he will just push them further and in this case defy their orders.
David, we appreciate you spending a few minutes with us this morning. New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold.
Thank you.
It's 6:22. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk now with Sully.
Yeah, a little positive news for everybody stuck on this about 4-mile backup on northbound 167 as you're working your way up into the Algona area into the south end of Auburn. We've had 2 crashes kind of in that same general area. They both have cleared, and so the backup should be getting better. It's still up over 50 minutes to go from Puyallup to Renton, so about 15 minutes slower than it should be, but hopefully this will dissipate quickly. Once you get through that, it's a pretty good drive the rest of the way on up into Renton. Then Renton to Bellevue's running 20 minutes. Looks like the State Patrol is working with someone on northbound I-5 about halfway up the Fife Hill. It's in the Gore Point there, kind of right at the spot where the HOV lane goes to its separate little spot over on the left-hand side of the road, heading up the hill there. So it's not technically blocking a lane, but it is a big of a distraction. We've got a Tacoma to Federal Way drive of about 17 minutes now, so about 2 or 3 minutes slower than you might expect. And then Federal Way to Seattle is getting closer to 45. The lake bridges are still very good either way, no matter which way you're going. Coming down from the north end, a little braking in Marysville, nothing unusual. 204 out of Lake Stevens, a little heavy. Highway 9 doing its normal stuff away from the Snohomish River. And then away from Linwood, we're starting to see the brake lights now, 40 minutes or more from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Another beautiful day, mostly sunny, warming up to about 65 for today. Tomorrow, just a tad cooler, but still sunshine, a few clouds here and there. Thursday, 66, and then Friday, still looking for mostly sunny skies around 70. If you're making plans for Easter Sunday, might see some light showers by late afternoon. Right now, it's sunny and 46 in Seattle.
Latest battle in the trade war with China. China now takes aim at Boeing. We'll have an update coming up here on Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO Newsradio, your home for the John Curley Show. Weekdays from 3 to 7 p.m.
The economy is like a machine. You have two levers. You can push the lever forward, you can make money cheap, and then people buy and they invest. Then the economy really starts cooking. Well, it starts cooking so much inflation can come in there as well. You pull that lever back, and now you increase the cost to borrow, which slows the economy down, and it just basically puts the brakes on everything.
Streaming live on your smart speaker.
You know that cartoon of the three-eyed fish swimming in polluted water next to a nuclear power plant?
Yeah, classic.
I used to think that was real, but I just learned that nuclear energy waste isn't some glowing green goo. It's actually used fuel rods from nuclear reactors that made electricity.
Wait, so no barrels of leaking sludge?
No, solid used fuel rods are safely stored at all the nuclear power plants in the U.S., including the one in Richland.
So the cartoon fish isn't real?
Not even close. Learn the facts about nuclear energy and used fuel at energy-northwest.com.
I've never had any complaints about my performance in the bedroom. But after turning 40, I noticed my libido just wasn't what it used to be. That's when I reached out to Revive Health. Their team knew exactly what I needed, which is why today, my wife and I are both more satisfied than ever.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, text BOOST to 65555 or visit ReviveMensHealth.com to schedule your appointment. Message and data rates may apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help. Text stop to cancel. See privacy policy at ReviveMensHealth.com/privacy policy. For info on how opt-in info will be used and terms and conditions at ReviveMensHealth.com/terms of use for terms of short code service.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
It may be the most noble profession.
Come on.
It's the work of heroes.
Heroes?
You want to live without plumbing?
Well, no.
Then you need plumbers.
Right.
Thing is, so do I.
You need plumbers.
Smiles, actually.
Smiling plumbers?
Or someone who smiles and wants to become an Apollo plumber.
A smile. That's what it takes?
Skills are something we can teach.
Sure.
But a positive attitude comes from within.
That's a big part of being an Apollo plumber.
The biggest part.
What else?
A desire to learn and serve.
Just like every Apollo plumber.
As they learn, so shall they earn.
Earn?
Apollo plumbers can earn 6 figures.
Enough to make me smile.
We believe you get what you give.
Give a smile.
And Apollo service.
Get a smile.
A well-paid smile.
Driving one of those big blue Apollo trucks.
That's the goal.
Does seem pretty noble.
It's important, satisfying work.
And you're looking now?
There's always room for another smile around here.
On the Apollo Plumbing team.
Apply at apolloplumbing.com.
Hi, it's John Curley. Longevity Medical Clinic has been helping people live longer, healthier lives for more than 25 years. I've recently talked with Dr. Mixon about his approach to proactively focusing on prevention. Dr. Mixon, I first met you in 2009, and I went in there and I told you I wasn't feeling well, couldn't gain any muscle mass, couldn't sleep well, I was stressed out, and you looked at me and you said, yeah, I know what your problem is.
And all we did was we measured your values and we moved your values back to those of a nice, healthy 25-year-old man.
I have taken your blood work to my doctor, and he was shocked
he couldn't believe the depth in which you study my blood.
We need to draw a distinction between living a long time and getting old. And that's what longevity is all about, is we are here to do the measurements and help you fix those problems.
So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through June 23rd, get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. Plus, get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all for $40 a month for 1 year. And ask how you can get a free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply with paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Xfinity Internet required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $70 per month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Access fees vary and not guaranteed.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Hey, it's Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation with exciting news. We now offer the exclusive K-Guard gutter system. Say goodbye to clogged gutters and hello to less maintenance. Call today or visit us online at guardianroofing.com.
Announcing the newest, most beautiful senior living community around. It's the grand opening of Vineyard Park at North Creek Bothell, a Care Partners senior living community. Amanda here. Discover vibrant, independent, assisted living and memory care where seniors thrive with top-notch care, engaging activities, and a warm, welcoming environment. Visit carepartnersliving.com now to schedule a visit and be one of the first to call Vineyard Park at North Creek home. The grand opening of Vineyard Park at North Creek Bothell going on now. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 6:30. There's a big story developing this morning. Boeing now caught in the crosshairs of the U.S. trade war with China.
The Chinese government is announcing they will no longer accept deliveries of Boeing jets or parts. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with more.
Yeah, no Boeing commercial planes, no Boeing parts, or other aviation-related equipment. I just asked aviation expert Richard Abalafia what this means for Boeing, short-term and long-term.
In the short run, I don't think it matters very much for Boeing because they're still production constrained. In other words, they can rejigger deliveries. Leaves them holding with a few aircraft in inventory, which is never good. But in the medium and long term, yeah, they're going to lose market share to Airbus, and it's about 20% of the world market moving forward, so that hurts.
In other words, Boeing could sell those planes that they were about to send to China to other carriers for now, but we're talking about close to 180 commercial airplanes for China's top three carriers that were expected to be delivered over the next 2 years. Meanwhile, the news hit Wall Street this morning. Boeing stock down some 4 points, about 2.5% in pre-market trading. You know, we're looking at the opening bell any moment now, so we'll check again, see where it's actually up from after market hours yesterday, but we'll see the change this morning as well as the markets open. But in the last few days, you know, China boosted tariffs on U.S. goods to 125%, which matches the level of tariffs President Trump placed on Chinese imports. China's tariffs would have been more than double the price of U.S.-made aircraft and parts, making the cost unaffordable. So now we're seeing this move, and we're seeing this trade war, Charlie and Manda, trickle down into businesses and jobs and how it's going to really impact people. We have contacted Boeing. So far, no comment. This is a developing story. We'll have updates for you throughout the morning.
Luke, thanks for the update there. It's 6:32. A 13-year-old boy remains on mandatory 24-hour electronic home monitoring after prosecutors say he brought a gun on a school campus in Federal Way last week and shot another teen. The teen pleaded not guilty to charges of assault, unlawful gun possession, unlawful possession of a dangerous weapon, and tampering with physical evidence. Casey McNerney with the King County Prosecutor's Office says cases like this are part of a troubling trend.
In Pierce County, in King County, in Snohomish County, we're seeing guns in the hands of kids way too young.
Victim is okay. The teenage suspect is back in court next month.
The Capri Bar and Restaurant in Rainier Beach is closing for good. That's the club that was the site of a double homicide in March. It had already been flagged as a chronic nuisance by police. Como reports the city had threatened the owners with $500 a day fines. The Seattle City Council will vote this afternoon on a new law to crack down on these after-hours clubs. Officials say these places are tied to dozens of shootings each year.
FEMA has denied Washington's request for federal disaster relief following last November's deadly storms. Nearly $34 million in damage has been estimated. Ann Hansen tells KIRO 7 TV her dog groomer's neighbor is still struggling.
Her neighbor had 5 trees come down on her house, 5. And so she has been out of her house since November because it caused major damage to her home.
Governor Ferguson says in a statement the state's application met all of FEMA's criteria and criticized the federal government's decision to withhold assistance. He plans to appeal the decision.
It's now 6:34, and that's time to head back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. What do you have for us, Chris?
Well, it's amazing that just one little car and one little state trooper in the Gore Point can cause a 15-minute delay, but that's what we have. A northbound I-5 trying to get up from Tacoma. The brake lights begin around the Puyallup River Bridge, really intensify through the construction zone in Fife, and then this is about halfway up the hill, right where the HOV lane kind of peels off into its own lane there on the left-hand side of the freeway. 25 minutes to go from Tacoma to Federal Way. That's about a 15-minute delay. And then Federal Way to Seattle's running a shade over 45 minutes, so a little bit heavier than normal getting up into that spot, but then after that, not too bad. Looking at Olympia to Tacoma, behind that we're looking pretty good at about 35 minutes. Some brake lights down the South Hill approaching Puyallup, and then Puyallup to Renton still running 50 minutes. We're chewing through the backup we had getting through Pacific and Algona after 2 separate crashes approaching Auburn. 50 minutes all the way into the Renton area. That's about a 10-minute delay. And then Renton to Bellevue is about 25 minutes. Coming down from the north end, a little bit in Marysville, but not bad. It kind of turned back to yellow then red, and then back to yellow, and then now we're looking at an okay drive, and then Everett to Seattle, Everett to Bellevue, both of those drives about 46, 47 minutes now. The lake bridges are clear. KIRO Newsradio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Nice next few days with highs in the mid to upper 60s, might even touch 70 on Friday, and it stays dry through the work week. Over the weekend, including that Easter Sunday forecast, looks like we might have more clouds than you might like, with highs in the upper 50s. Chance of sprinkles as well Saturday and Sunday as well. Right now in Seattle, it is clear and 46 at 6:36.
The opening bell now. It's brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Family of Funds.
Netflix may be looking to set up shop in Seattle. Puget Sound Business Journal reports the company applied for a permit to renovate office space in the Madison Center. That's at the corner of 5th and Madison. It would be the first office for Netflix in the Seattle area.
Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg is in a D.C. courtroom again today in that antitrust trial to defend his social media company. The federal government alleges the Facebook parent company bought up competing apps to create a monopoly. CBS News correspondent Jolene Kent has more.
On Monday, the FTC focused on emails Zuckerberg and other executives sent about the purchases of Instagram and WhatsApp, including one email that said Instagram was growing so fast the company had to buy it for $1 billion. In another, Zuckerberg said the company was, quote, so far behind, adding, I worry that it will take us too long to catch up.
The trial could force the company to break off Instagram and WhatsApp, startups it bought more than a decade ago that have since grown into social media powerhouses.
It's tax day.
Today is the deadline to file 2024 returns. The IRS began accepting them back in late January. There are extensions to May 1st in 9 states, most notably several affected by disasters, hurricanes in the Carolinas and Florida. Some IRS workers affected by sweeping federal cutbacks could learn their employment future as early as today. Food chains are offering tax day deals, 1-cent cheeseburgers at Burger King, and buy one, get one free offers at a number of other places. Delivery discounts, too. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
And checking Wall Street this morning, we are off to a positive start. Dow up 53, S&P up about 15, and NASDAQ up 43. Keeping an eye on Boeing stock after the news that China will no longer accept Boeing deliveries. Boeing stock is currently down about 2%.
Now a word for KIRO 7 TV, KIRO 7 News. Watch KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 only on KIRO 7 TV.
Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime.
Seattle's Morning News, wherever you are.
It's now 6:38, along with Charlie Harger on Manda Factor. The Seattle police arrested a woman after her pit bull attacked multiple other pets.
A viral video on Reddit shows the dog mauling another pet while she does nothing. Neighbors say that wasn't the only attack that day. According to Fox 13 Seattle, witnesses told police the woman yelled, "Let him do his thing," during the attack. Officers say she also called her dog the Chupacabra. Animal Control has taken the dog into custody, and the woman faces animal cruelty charges.
Bellevue police say a teenage girl was groped by a rideshare driver. Now they want to know if there are more victims. Here's KIRO Newsradio's Frank Lenzi.
Police say 43-year-old Martin Najoki convinced the girl to sit in the front seat of his Mitsubishi on February 17th. Drew Anderson with Bellevue Police says when you're using a rideshare service, always sit in the back.
Put yourself and your safety before the ride.
He says the man tried to prevent her from getting out of the car, but she did manage to get away near Southeast 44th Place and 121st Avenue Southeast. The Mitsubishi had a license plate number of CBM 2456. If you or someone you know had a similar experience, call Bellevue PD. Frank Lenzi, KIRO News Radio.
Money put aside to help more than 1,300 homeless people in King County stay off the street is running out sooner than expected. Seattle Times reports the money for emergency housing vouchers, first released in 2021 under the so-called American Rescue Plan, was supposed to last until 2030. Now, federal housing authorities say the last chunk of that money is going out this month. If managed properly, it should last into 2026.
It's now 6:40. Chris Sullivan, what's your traffic hotspot right now?
Well, it's northbound I-5 getting through the Tacoma area and up out of 5, so we'll break it down for you next.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
For decades, KIRO News Radio has been your go-to source for reliable news.
Traffic got worse in Seattle last year.
Seattle drivers squandered over $1,100 in lost time and productivity just sitting in traffic.
We're here to help guide you through the complexities of today's world, offering insights that allow you to see the bigger picture.
I want to dig into some of the numbers to just show you how much our transportation needs are being ignored and underfunded.
Trust KIRO News Radio to keep you informed and connected.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank. They offer services like Collect Early, which opens your cash flow for the things you need, like hiring summer staff or expanding your product line. Collect Early helps you get your invoices paid in hours, not weeks. What could your business do with more money? Take things to the next level with WaFd Bank and find bankers with the knowledge and services to meet your business goals. WaFd Bank, built for business. WaFdBank.com, member FDIC.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at k2visionrle.com.
Spring is officially here, and with it comes some unpredictable Pacific Northwest weather. This time of year, heavy rain can be especially tough on an old roof. An unexpected roof leak can be stressful. If your roof does spring a leak, Valentine Roofing has you covered with our Leak Stop Guarantee. We'll stop a leak in your old roof for free until the new one is safely installed. And we offer this leak stop service year-round, so you're never left scrambling for a bucket on your own. But don't wait for a roofing emergency. Schedule your free estimate now before you have the headache of dealing with a leak. Our estimates are straightforward. We'll provide you with an honest assessment of your roof's condition, along with our best price right from the start, all within about an hour of when we arrive. Call Valentine Roofing today, and we can get your roof replacement started with our priority scheduling. For roof replacements, repairs, and cleaning, call Valentine Roofing today at 206 Roofing. That's 206 Roofing to schedule your free estimate.
6:43 now. We head back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk and Chris Sullivan.
And we are working with a 15-minute delay through Tacoma, northbound I-5. Brake lights begin right there about the dome and continue to intensify, working around the corner of the Fife construction zone and up the hill to where we have the state police with, or state patrol with one lucky customer there in the Gore Point, right where the HOV lane keels off to the left. And we've got a 25-minute trip from Tacoma to Federal Way. It's about 15 minutes, again, slower than it should be. Then you get an okay drive up through the Kent-Des Moines Road, and then the brake lights show up again by the West Seattle Bridge. About 50 minutes now from Federal Way to Seattle. That's about normal. Looking at the 512 corridor, eastbound, seeing some brake lights down the South Hill, but nothing too super bad. Looking at northbound 167, getting through Sumner, a little heavy. We had a couple earlier crashes up in Algona, so we still have heavy brake lights there. It's over 50 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. Renton to Bellevue is not quite a half an hour. Looking at eastbound 18, really heavy now over Tiger Mountain. An early start to that drive, trying to get down over to I-90. Coming down from the north end, about a 50-minute trip now from Everett into Bellevue because of brake lights into and through Canyon Park. I-5 is really heavy right there at Linwood, but it's a 45-minute trip down into Seattle, so a little bit better there. Looking at Marysville, we've got some issues, just, maybe a minute or two lost, and looks like another heavy day getting off at Montlake, so we're seeing some slowing on eastbound 520, also a little sun glare to deal with there as well, so plan on a little bit of a backup onto I-5 for those of you heading eastbound on 520. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Amanda, I think you're now learning that Nick, the board operator, is merciless when it comes to going to traffic. If you're not paying attention.
I just learned. We just do it anyway.
When I was your board operator 23 years ago, I was like, hey, Amanda, traffic's coming up. Nick is like, get on it now.
Well, you were a baby back then and terrified.
Yes.
Stay on your toes. It's a tight show. We have to keep on schedule.
Yeah.
Remind me to keep my headphones on.
That's right. It is 46 in Seattle right now. We're headed for a high of 65, mostly sunny by the afternoon. It's 6:45.
And we head over to KIRO Newsradio Morning Editor Katrina Gishard for some of our headlines.
A Seattle neighborhood is back to normal after a gas leak forced evacuation. It happened yesterday morning just before 11. Firefighters blocked off the area around East Cherry Street and 34th Avenue in Madrona. Crews evacuated all homes and businesses within a block of the source. Puget Sound Energy says the leak came from a 3/4-inch line and they were able to secure it. A teen was released to his parents after being processed for driving under the influence. It happened early Sunday morning in Parkland. Deputies noticed a speeding minivan on Park Avenue South. They caught up with the 16-year-old after he crashed into a ditch. Also in Pierce County, deputies have arrested a 54-year-old man suspected of child sexual assault in California. Deputies tried to arrest him a couple of weeks ago, but were not able to find him. After gathering more information, they were able to take him to custody on Saturday. He is set to be extradited back to California.
Thanks, Katrina. Sully, what's coming up?
Well, we're going to take a look at fish passage work that's going to get in your way for your summer fun at the beach.
That's coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just two deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks. You know, like us.
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and security edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
Just Cause Legal knows the value of standing up for what's right. If you've been involved in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is here to fight for you with an aggressive team dedicated to securing the compensation you deserve. Just Cause Legal makes the process as painless as possible. Don't wait. Time is critical. Get the help needed today. Visit justcauselegal.com or call 253-859-8899 and meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal. Fighting for you.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Solomon.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
Going to be another long spring and summer for those of us heading to the coast, maybe visiting mom in Aberdeen.
Or anyone else who would like to visit along the coast. Yes.
The fish bashing work is causing all sorts of issues between McCleary and Montesano, and Sully is here with details.
There are 5 different work zones impacting both directions of SR8 and US 12 on roughly an 18-mile stretch of highway in that area. If you've driven through it, you know what I'm talking about. There are lane closures, and in some places you're driving on the opposite side of the road. During peak travel last year, these closures made for very slow trips on that corridor back and forth to the beach. I rolled through the area recently, a weekend ago, and the closures look a lot like last year, though there's been a lot of work completed. The new bridges look good. There's been a lot of paving, but WashDOT's Kara Mitchell says there's a lot to do.
It is going to be the same as last year. The good news is we're getting close.
Drivers should expect some lane changes in the work as the work progresses throughout the year.
Travelers will see a shift in the lanes. So instead of being on the inside lanes, they're going to be moved to the outside lanes. It will still be one lane in each direction. We hope to have the project wrapped up by late summer or early fall.
So it sounds like anybody heading to the beach for July 4th or pretty much Labor Day or anything like that, they're going to be stuck with these really long, in some cases, backups. Now, the plan here is to open sections of the road as they're completed, not to wait until everything is done.
Some are a little bit further along than the other, some started earlier than the other, so it's going to be piecemealed as they open up.
WashDOT's replacing 5 old culverts on the corridor to improve fish habitat, but Mitchell says the work has other benefits.
When we have heavy rains, some of those older culverts were at risk of, washing out and creating a lot of headaches for travelers and nearby residents alike. And so this actually opens up and gives us more space for water to flow underneath the highways.
And now to my soapbox.
Uh-oh.
This will be Manda's first
airing of grievances.
I can't wait.
Bring it. Reminder of the zipper merge. During those heavy travel times last year, I was cut off and flipped off for using the open lane all the way to the merge. At one point, somebody basically drove right in front of me from using the lane that God gave me. I expect similar interactions this year. Mitchell says zipper merge signs will be out again.
You will continue to see zipper merge signs. You will continue to see a reduced speed limit through the work zones, and we really ask people for their patience. Give yourself that extra time so you don't feel the need and the urge to want to speed and go beyond what you really should be driving.
The urge to zipper merge.
The urge to zipper merge. And remember, zipper merging improves congestion for all drivers. Use both lanes up to the lane closure and then take turns. You are not cutting the line.
And I'm not cheating by being in the lane that's closing, right? That's how it's supposed to work when it comes to merging, right?
That's right. You are not cheating.
Not cheating. Please, for all that is holy, zipper merge there.
What
it makes it so easily?
What must one do to get a God-given lane?
It's what they leave you. It's what they leave you. They use the pavement that the engineers have used and set up as they do these lane closures. So that way, both lanes back up a little bit as opposed to one lane backing up really, 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 really far for no reason. And then all the road rage that happens on people who use that open lane, which is the way it's designed to work.
I'm digging the soapbox, by the way.
Yeah.
It's my new favorite.
This is one of this is the hill that I've chosen to die on. Just teaching people this maneuver because we in Washington are terrible at merging.
Why is that?
Absolutely. Well, it's not taught, for one, in driver's ed. Very
that was
well.
So long ago, I don't remember.
Well, I've got my driver's manual at the desk. You always is free to check it out.
He's not kidding.
No, the merging in general is 2 paragraphs and there's no mention of the zipper merge at all. Plus, our signage is a little.
Can you fix that?
I've been trying for 10 years on that. The signage is not as great. I've been to other states where zipper merge signs are really, really, really good that show people how it works. I don't know why people don't do this, but please, it's better for everybody. It cuts. They're not cutting the line. They're not doing anything wrong, and it's not your job to cut me off.
Just real quick, Nick, I'm going to need you to do me a favor for the next time Sully does one of these. First of all, I need a zipper sound effect. And I also need like a choir of the angels,
Boy, we're not in tune yet on that one, but we were...
Practice.
This one goes in the archive for sure.
Okay. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate that. Sully, let's
add it
have
to
you
the sushi.
Look at the roads where it's at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
Well, it turns out we have the State Patrol working with a couple of different people on that northbound I-5 drive, working from Tacoma up through Fife. One over on the left-hand shoulder, right there around 54th, and then the other one up the hill past 70th and Porter Way. So 25 minutes from Tacoma to Federal Way is a 15-minute delay. Once you get through that, you've got about 50 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. Valley Freeway, still about 50 minutes, but most of the brake lights now are right there getting into and through Auburn from about 15th southwest to 15th northwest. Renton to Bellevue, about a half an hour. Coming down from the north end, about 45 to 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. We do have a ton of sun glare getting eastbound on 520 and on I-90 as you pop out of the tunnel and as you head down to Montlake. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
We are seeing a lot of sunshine already. It's 46 in Seattle. We're headed for a high today of 65.
Coming up on Seattle's Morning News, Luke Ducey is gathering more information. China has Boeing in its crosshairs as this tariff war with the United States continues. He'll have the latest on that coming up after we check in with CBS News for world and national headlines. This is KIRO News Radio.
Jake and Spike, noon to 3.
There's a movement in San Francisco to give speeding tickets based on income.
Various countries in Europe do the same mentality because they feel that a $50 ticket to a guy who makes $18 million a year is nothing.
Norway, 10% of the driver's annual income.
Yeah.
Speeding fine.
If you make $300,000 in Norway, which a lot more people do, $30,000 ticket.
Excessive speeding has a mandatory 18-day jail sentence.
I don't think it's fair to charge people more because they make more, but there has to be consequences.
Streaming live on the KIRO Newsradio app.
Are you working in the refrigeration industry? Are you staying up on current regulations? Well, Local 32 can help advance your career. That's right. Learn more at ualocal32.com. Again, that's ualocal32.com.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
She and Ursula, weekdays from 9 to noon on KIRO News Radio.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, crown disappearing. Hair loss for me was like identity theft. The solution? The simple one-day treatment that worked for me from Advanced Hair. And I'm just one of tens of thousands. Advanced Hair was recently crowned the winner of the 425 Business of the Year again. Advanced Hair begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions, those monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but if you're like me, you want more. You wanted your own natural hair in specific areas permanently. From Advanced Hair's groundbreaking technology to world-class Dr. Perungo, it's not maybe your hair will grow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off, 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Hi, this is Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Are you ready to enhance your home with stunning, energy-efficient windows and doors? At Pella, we offer top-quality products with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. And right now, we're offering an amazing deal. Enjoy 12 months with no interest and no payments, or get 40% off qualifying installs. My team is dedicated to helping you every step of the way. Visit PellaPNW.com to schedule your free appointment today. That's PellaPNW.com.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Call today and ask about our trade-in sale. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600 or heritagehomecraft.com.
Guys, thinking about testosterone replacement therapy? Revive Men's Health can help you get started if you're ready to book your free T-check. Visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. That's Revive, REVIBE, menshealth.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. A federal judge in Maryland holds a hearing today on the Trump administration's refusal to abide by the Supreme Court's order to return a man mistakenly deported to El Salvador. Now, Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen says he's put in an urgent request to meet with President Nayib Bukele, who is also refusing to cooperate and send Kilmar Abrego Garcia back home.
It is absolutely unjust and illegal to have this Marylander detained one more day in a notorious prison in El Salvador.
If Abrego Garcia is not returned this week, Van Hollen says he is prepared to go to El Salvador himself. Word in from the U.S. Coast Guard, 5 migrants whose boat capsized on the way from the Bahamas to Florida are all feared dead. Officials have called off their search. They say the trip was a suspected failed smuggling venture. Gene-edited pigs could be a godsend for people with sudden liver failure.
The pig producer eGenesis says the FDA has okayed a clinical trial in up to 20 severely ill patients. These would not be liver transplants. The pig organs would be temporarily attached outside the patient's bodies and filter their blood so their own livers could rest. 35,000 people in the U.S. are hospitalized each year with sudden liver failure. Many don't qualify for a liver transplant or can't get a match in time. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Jury selection is beginning in New York today in Harvey Weinstein's Me Too retrial. CBS New York's Christina Fan.
At his first trial, Weinstein faced testimony from 6 women, 3 whose accusations formed the basis of the charges, and 3 more to lend credibility and establish a pattern of misconduct. Last April, the New York Court of Appeals ruled that those additional witnesses biased the case and, as a result, overturned that verdict.
Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg is expected back on the stand at his historic antitrust trial. The outcome could force the tech giant to break off Instagram and WhatsApp. tech consultant Ian Scher.
The truth is that over the last decade, Instagram has become a key part of Facebook's strategy, in particular luring younger people who otherwise may have gone to other apps like TikTok or YouTube.
Some people in and around San Diego are still picking up the pieces after yesterday morning's 5.2 earthquake. Dylan Carnero says he's dealing with hundreds of dollars worth of damage to his store.
Once I stopped hearing the bottles popping and everything, my first thought was just to get outside and onto the street and away from the buildings.
Stocks up less than 1% in early trading. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
China takes aim at Boeing. We'll have the latest on the ongoing tariff dispute with Luke Ducey. That's coming up after we check the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk with Sully.
And we cross the 7 o'clock hour with the same issues down in the Tacoma-Fife area, where we've been working with an issue over on the left shoulder, right near 54th on northbound I-5, and we had one a little bit further up past Porter Way. That one is cleared, but we're still looking at 25 minutes from Tacoma to Federal Way, about a 15-minute delay. Once you get through that, though, then 50 minutes, 50 from Federal Way to Seattle. So kind of an average Tuesday morning for you guys. Valley Freeway had a couple of crashes working your way through Algona early this morning. We're still kind of working our way through it. It's about 50 minutes from Puyallup up into Renton, but only 20 of that is out of Auburn, and that makes it kind of weird that
it's a reminder that, yes, it doesn't get there very often, and only when it really has to.
$15 in the hot lane going northbound on 167. It'll only save you 2 minutes. Not really a good return on your investment. And then Renton to Bellevue is about a half an hour. Coming down from the north end, a little braking through Marysville, and then about 50 to 55 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. This report brought to you by Lake Washington Windows and Doors, which is offering premium windows up to 25% more efficient than any Energy Star ratings, reducing outside noise by up to 50%. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is now 7:04. Big story developing today. Boeing is now caught in the crosshairs of the U.S. trade war with China.
New this morning, the Chinese government is announcing they will no longer accept deliveries of Boeing jets or parts. Following this is KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey, who joins us live. Luke?
This is big news. Good morning. With potentially big impact for Boeing and for Boeing workers. So we are on top of this. We are watching this very closely. In the short term, aviation expert Scott Hamilton tells me the Chinese ban on parts and other aviation-related equipment, that's the big news here. It will certainly, he says, have an impact on Boeing, but also Chinese airlines.
That's going to affect Boeing airplanes that are already in operation by the Chinese airlines.
As for Boeing airplanes in the short term, Boeing is set to deliver close to 180 commercial airplanes to China's top 3 carriers over the next 2 years. However, Boeing will most likely be able to find other buyers because there's a big demand for Boeing jets right now. As for long-term impacts, however, I also talked with aviation expert Richard Abalafia.
In the medium and long term, they're going to lose market share to Airbus, and it's about 20% of the world market moving forward, so that hurts.
So a lot of eyes on Boeing, short-term, medium-term, and long-term. Meanwhile, the news has definitely hit Wall Street in pre-trading this morning. Boeing stock down some 4% in pre-market trading. I'm looking at the board right now. They're down 1% in trading after the markets have opened. That's about a point and a half. So in the last few days, you'll remember China boosted tariffs on U.S. goods to 125%, which matches the level of tariffs President Trump placed on Chinese imports. China's tariffs, however, would have more than doubled the price of U.S.-made aircraft and parts, making that cost really unaffordable. Still no comment, by the way, from Boeing. This is a developing story, though, and we'll have updates on the impact to our region throughout the morning.
All right. Thank you, Luke. A 13-year-old boy will remain on electronic home monitoring following his initial court appearance at King County Juvenile Court yesterday afternoon. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch has more.
Along with his attorney and both parents, the 13-year-old pleaded not guilty to all charges. Prosecutors allege the teen brought a gun on campus at Sequoia Middle School last week and shot another teen in the head. Casey McNerthney with the King County Prosecutor's Office says this case should serve as a warning for other teens.
I think the message here is if you threaten somebody with a gun on school grounds or if you shoot somebody, either way, you're going to be in a traditional courtroom facing the judge.
The teen has no criminal record and the victim will be okay. In Seattle, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
FEMA denied Washington's request for disaster relief funds from November's bomb cyclone. KIRO 7 TV's Louis Tran has details.
Governor Bob Ferguson says FEMA never gave an explanation, despite the state meeting all the requirements for the funding.
That's a concern, and it's ongoing, and I don't really see that there's any end to it, this type of damage.
Ann Hansen remembers the storm clearly. That damaged nearly a dozen counties across the state. Her dog's groomer's neighbor is still struggling to get back to her normal life.
Her neighbor had 5 trees come down on her house, 5. And so she has been out of her house since November because it caused major damage to her home.
It's 7:08.
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
Well, it's Tuesday, April 15th, tax day.
Mm-hmm.
Charlie and Manda here with you. Producer David is here, and you're keeping the show in line today. Are we doing okay? I mean, there was a big zipper merch discussion.
Yeah, and some listeners are reaching out to Chris about what they think of his thoughts on zipper merching, which I found to be interesting.
Not always positive to be the messenger.
It's always going to be a good day when you're wearing the vintage Mariners hat.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
my favorite.
Yeah, absolutely. Mariners going to Cincinnati today, so hopefully they keep the winning rolling.
That would be awesome.
Beat the Reds. Well, we have Katrina Gishard out at the news desk, and we are having a busy day today, tax day, so we will be speaking with News Nation's Tom Dempsey about contrasting that with, tens of thousands of layoffs at the IRS.
Also, CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland on the borderland, now under the control of the U.S. military. That's coming up, too.
Well, heading to the state legislature right now, the clock is ticking in Olympia. Lawmakers have 12 days left to pass a state budget. Washington State Standard reports they still disagree on key issues such as rent control and gas taxes. No deal yet on education or transportation spending either. If they can't agree, a special session may be next.
A bill changing Washington's new parental rights law is a step closer to becoming law. House Democrats passed the measure yesterday after hours of emotional debate. According to the Washington State Standard, it rewrites parts of Initiative 2081, a parents' rights bill approved by lawmakers last year. Republicans say the rewrite undercuts the will of the people. One change removes the right for parents to be told before schools offer medical care to their child. Democrats say students still have privacy protections through other state and federal laws. Because of last-minute changes, the bill now heads back to the Senate.
A lawsuit against the North Shore School District has been settled for $500,000. Suit alleged staff repeatedly restrained and isolated a student at Lockwood Elementary School nearly 4 years ago. The child's family sued the district in 2023. The parents, who are deaf, also claim the district did not provide sufficient interpreter services and barred them from observing their child's classroom. Family's attorney says the settlement is fair considering what happened. According to the Everett Herald, she also says the district has taken steps to fix the issues.
An Everett man who authorities say had enough fentanyl to kill the entire population of Seattle has been busted by the feds. In January, he was arrested and booked into the Snohomish County Jail on suspicion of drug trafficking.
The Everett Herald reports he posted a $250,000 bond a few days later. Well, now he's been arrested again. According to the DEA, 1 kilogram of fentanyl can cause up to 500,000 fatal overdoses. In this case, authorities say they're dealing with about 20.5 pounds, enough to kill about 4.5 million people. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Well, we've seen drivers speed through highway work zones. Now the state is turning to cameras to encourage people to slow down. KIRO News Radio's Nate Connors tells us about the first work zone speed camera in our state going up tomorrow morning. It'll be through JBLM.
With over 1,300 work zone collisions each year in Washington, the goal with these cameras is to simply slow drivers down and not issue tickets. WashDOT spokesperson Amy Marino says speeders will, in fact, get one free pass.
The first infraction is called a $0 infraction. It's still an infraction, but you don't have to pay anything for it. The second one and everyone after that is going to be $248.
The state will start with one camera and move to a handful throughout the summer. Wednesday morning, the first work zone camera goes up through JBLM, where there's been a growing number of safety concerns. Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
It's just about 7:12 and time to get a check on the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. KIRO 7's Nick Allard is with us. What a beautiful week ahead.
Oh, it's so nice. Yesterday was gorgeous at 67. Today we'll get to about 65 with sunny skies. Now, you will see a little high cloud cover at times, kind of like yesterday where it wasn't like it was hazy, but you did have a little high cloud cover here and there. There'll be a couple of hours here between now and, say, lunchtime or early afternoon when you'll see that. Otherwise, though, sunny and 65 in Seattle, low 60s in Everett, upper 60s in Tacoma and Olympia and Chehalis, Centralia, Toledo, and then mid-60s in Bremerton. Tomorrow, a little fog in the morning and then afternoon sun, and I expect to be still low to mid-60s, probably about 62. That's still above average. Normal statistically is 59 today. And then we'll warm it up more on Thursday, Friday in the upper 60s and lower 70s. Now, this weekend, a weak system Saturday is going to give you more clouds, and we'll drop back down to the upper 50s. And I do think there could be a few sprinkles overnight Saturday into Sunday, or maybe even later Saturday, with maybe just like some convergent zone rain, or maybe just a drippy kind of weather around the central and north sound. But it's not going to be a washout. We just have enough to say there'll be a few sprinkles here and there, but I don't see it as a super wet weekend. I do think Easter Sunday's cooler in the mid 50s and mostly cloudy, but I really believe if you just plan for a few showers, you're not going to have any weather issues.
That's kind of a Forrest Gump, right? Convergence zone rain, there's fat rain, there's drizzle. We have all sorts of different types of rain around here.
Nothing too threatening, though. We'll take it.
Yeah.
Fried shrimp. Bubba shrimp.
Thank you.
Shrimp.
In
Is that what you're going for? I don't know what else to add
and
to
now I'm hungry.
Okay. Well, that's fair.
Okay, it's 7:13. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Sully.
And we are working with what's turned out to be somewhat average drive for a Tuesday. The heaviest spot, northbound I-5, trying to work your way through Fife, really through Tacoma and Fife. We've had two issues there. One of them still remains. State Patrol is over with a little fender bender on the left-hand shoulder right at 54th. 25-minute drive from Tacoma to Federal Way. That is about a 15-minute delay. And then you've got about an hour from Federal Way to Seattle. Valley Freeway running right around 50 minutes with 25 of those minutes out of Auburn, so that's kind of turned normal as well. We have a 30-minute trip from Renton to Bellevue. The lake bridges are still in very good shape, but coming down from the north end, we're looking at about 55 minutes to an hour to make the drive from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. The brake lights away from Linwood are really starting to kind of get a little beefy. Looking at eastbound 18 as you work your way past Tiger Mountain, it's going to be heavy all the way to I-90, and I'm also looking at some slowing getting around the corner in Gorst past Sinclair Inlet for those of you trying to make it into Bremerton. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
You're so descriptive. A little beefy. I like it.
Yeah. The good news is I just make that up as I go along. It's not written down anywhere.
That's talent. It's 7:15. Speaking of talent, time to get back to KIRO News Radio morning editor Katrina Gishard.
The Seattle City Council will vote this afternoon on new safety regulations for late-night lounges. This comes about 2 weeks after a deadly shooting inside a Seattle hookah lounge and dozens of shootings over the past decade. Here's Councilman Rob Saka.
Gun violence has no place in our community, plain and simple. We need action.
The vote is at 2 p.m. today. A 19-year-old French phenom is coming to the Seattle Storm.
The Seattle Storm select Dominique Malunga from France.
The 6'6" forward has the second overall pick for the WNBA draft. And other noteworthy picks from the draft, Delayla Daniels was taken 24th overall by the Minnesota Lynx. She grew up in Seattle and graduated from Garfield High School before finishing her college career at UW this past season.
All right, Katrina, it's 7:15.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974. This is KIRO News Radio.
Along with Charlie Harger, I'm Manda Factor, and it's 7:16.
Today's tax day across the U.S., the deadline for most Americans to file their tax returns.
Well, massive job cuts this year to the IRS, though, under the Trump administration. A lot of people are worried there will be an interruption on their filing. News Nation's Tom Dempsey is reporting on this. Tom, how many IRS employees have actually been laid off this year?
Hey, good morning. I'm actually standing outside the IRS building here in D.C. on Tax Day 2025. But like you said, some big tumultuous times for government employees. And one of the targets of this Department of Government Efficiency effort to slash wasteful government spending and to slash the amount of federal jobs out there, the IRS has been a primary target. And right now we're talking about as many as 20,000 employees that could be part of this new round of job cuts at the agency. And just for some perspective with all of that, That's about 25% of the agency's workforce. So, I mean, imagine that. You lose around a quarter of the people at your company. You know, if listeners are out there, you lose around a quarter of the amount of people at your company. So big changes being discussed at the IRS. So on one side of this, you have the federal government coming out. President Donald Trump, like I said, trying to cut down on wasteful government spending and saying that the federal government is just far too big. And they're saying that by cutting these jobs at the IRS, it'll be much more efficient. And they're also saying that no essential personnel will be part of these job cuts at the IRS. Another thing that they are saying right now about all this is that, remember those federal buyout offers? That was a big story several weeks ago. They're saying that IRS employees can't accept that federal buyout offer until after tax day 2025. But so that's one side of this debate that we're seeing with all these job cuts at the IRS. On the other side, some groups are really expressing some concerns and saying that all these job cuts happening at the IRS could lead to things like confusion for taxpayers and make it harder to catch tax cheats. We spoke to the Centers for Budget and Policy Priorities, the left-wing policy think tank group, and they said that this could lead to things like far fewer audits of millionaires and large corporations and lots of unanswered phone calls from taxpayers that could go unanswered. And part of that, they harkened back to previous funding cuts and job cuts to the IRS done during the 2010s. And one data example that they brought up is 9 out of 10 phone calls from taxpayers went unanswered during that last big round of funding cuts and job cuts with the IRS. So definitely some concerns out there on tax day 2025.
We're speaking with Tom Dempsey from News Nation. And Tom, on the News Nation website, you have an interesting angle to this story, and that is for decades, the IRS has allowed undocumented immigrants to file income tax returns without work permits or Social Security numbers. That sounds like things are about to change.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a big story. I believe it was first reported by the Washington Post how they're trying to, the federal government being the federal government kind of targeting, classifying immigrants in the country as dead. And what that would do is maybe get rid of their Social Security numbers so they wouldn't be able to use Social Security numbers. Again, part of this big crackdown happening across the country to try and crack down on illegal immigration. But, to bring it back to the IRS, too, especially here we are in tax day 2025, the IRS recently part of an agreement with the Department of Homeland Security as well to share information. And one of the biggest reasons a part of all that is immigration enforcement. So right now, the Department of Homeland Security can actually get pull information from the IRS if someone has gotten a deportation order within the last 90 days. And that information could include the person's address. So there's some privacy concerns with all this, but the federal government's saying that that sort of thing can help cut down on illegal immigration in the United States.
Tom, there have been protests over the IRS layoffs. Is anything, you mentioned that you're at the IRS this morning, anything happening there today outside?
Well, you know what? It's interesting because as we were setting up for one of our live reports in the last hour, I actually spoke to an employee directly, and she said that she wouldn't be surprised if more layoffs came down literally today. That fresh round of layoffs, like I said, 20,000 employees expected to be impacted by those layoffs. It's 25% of the IRS workforce, and that began a little over a week ago. And so I think these employees of the IRS building that were outside of at this hour, they're literally learning about it, on a week-by-week basis. It's a lot of people that could be impacted. And the woman that I spoke to, and I think this is sort of a feeling shared by some federal employees here in D.C., almost like that sinking ship feeling. There's just so many job cuts being reported. And in a city like D.C., as far as the short-term angle that we're talking about, with all these job cuts, a city like D.C. could be greatly impacted because there's just so many federal employees here. So I almost just got that feeling of that sinking ship feeling coming from the IRS employee as she was literally walking into the office. She spoke to us saying that she expects more people to be notified about job losses later today on tax day 2025.
It is tax day 2025, Tom, and if you had a co-host, let's say, who still hasn't filed her taxes, would you recommend to her that she not dawdle anymore and perhaps get them filed today?
Well, absolutely. Get those. Absolutely. Don't mess around. I mean, we're still talking about taxes. Get them done. Don't screw
I'm
around
almost finished. Just another. I did bring tax day treats for you, so go easy on me, okay?
They're delicious tax day treats.
I thought it was like a serious news question. I didn't know there was actually someone on the other line.
Yeah, well, give me an hour or so. It'll be wrapped up today.
All right. News Nation's Tom Dempsey. Thanks for your live report, Tom. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
722.
Elsewhere, Washington State Attorney General Nick Brown is joining 21 other attorneys general to support law firms they believe have been illegally singled out by President Trump. Trump has issued executive orders to pull security clearances for law firms he sees as political adversaries.
Now we'll head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Sully is watching the roads for us. Have you filed yet, Sully?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Has your wife filed for you yet?
Yes, no. We were still running into some issues with Tommy's, dealing with Montana and NIL stuff and trying to figure out that as he did his. So ours are done. We just haven't pressed the button today.
Okay.
So it's kind of like I want to vote on election day. Like I usually take my ballot and fill it out, and then I take it to a Dropbox on the day to make it feel like I'm doing something.
Now, I just want you to be clear. Do not put your tax return in the ballot Dropbox. That's a bad idea, Sully.
They don't go to the same place? Oh, okay. Well, good. Good point. Good tip. I like it. The drive right now, we are still struggling getting into and through the Fife area from basically the Tacoma Dome. We have the brake lights up past 70th, and it's still a 25-minute trip from Tacoma to Federal Way. Then Federal Way to Seattle's running at about an hour. So about average there. Eastbound 512, a little heavy down the South Hill, and then Puyallup to Renton's running a little over 50 minutes, maybe 55, depending on how you hit it. A little over 30 now from Renton to Bellevue. So the S-curves are really starting to bog down. Coming down from the north end, it is really slow away from Linwood, especially on 405. You're bumper to bumper all the way down past 522. For I-5, it's kind of breaks free around Shoreline. So it's about 55 minutes from Everett into Seattle, about an hour from Everett into Bellevue. The lake bridges are still fine, but I just got an update from Fred Hutch. There apparently is a little really focused power outage just down the street from us here that's impacting multiple buildings at the Fred Hutch campus, which might mean there could be some issues with clinical care. Seattle Light shows an outage impacting right around Valley and East Lake kind of down in there. So just be aware if you're heading to Fred Hutch today, there might be some issues. There could be some dark intersections down there as you work your way to the center. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Beautiful day. Sunshine, 65 for today. We'll cool off just a tad for tomorrow, but rebounding Thursday and Friday in the sunshine. Possibly into the low 70s Friday. Right now, sunny and 46 in Seattle.
And coming up, the Chinese government says they will no longer accept deliveries of Boeing jets or parts. The latest on this story coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by Beacon Plumbing.
KIRO News Radio delivers the news you can trust.
State is facing a multi-billion-dollar deficit.
Government wants more of your money to build, quote-unquote, affordable housing.
We help you navigate the headlines, providing clarity and context to help you understand how today's events impact your life tomorrow.
The driver pulled out a gun. The officer opened fire, shooting at least one time.
The problem is worse in King County than any other part of the country.
Stay informed. Stay connected with KIRO News Radio.
Your home is probably your biggest investment in your family's future, and giving your home the very best protection takes integrity. Hi, Spike O'Neill for Integrity Roofing and Construction. Local family-owned Integrity RC has been named Best Roofing and Construction Company year after year, and they're more than just a roofing company. Integrity offers fully integrated services for your entire home. They use only the best eco-friendly, sustainable products that last longer. No nonsense, complete transparency, and never any high-pressure sales. Integrity RC lives up to their name. Call today for a free estimate at 206-202-ROOF or visit integrityrc.com.
The markets and the economy will change, but you should always know what you can rely on from your financial advisor. I'm John Ramsire with Baird Private Wealth Management in Seattle. With deep planning and investment expertise, Baird's financial advisors have guided individuals and families through changing markets for more than 100 years. And in all that time, our guiding principle has never changed. Our clients come first, always. Discover the Baird difference at rwbaird.com/Seattle.
When we reach our golden years, it's natural to want to stay in our homes. We've worked hard for them, but as our minds and bodies age, the home can become an unsafe place where loneliness thrives. Amanda here for Care Partners Senior Living. Our communities offer safe living spaces and managed common areas with medical professionals on site and ready to help. We assist you with your mobility when needed, allowing you to socialize or participate in activities whenever you like. Care Partners Senior Living provides both privacy and socialization at your desired pace. You aren't living alone in our communities because help is always nearby. And believe it or not, community living can be more cost-effective than in-home care. With locations throughout Washington and Arizona, you'll find a Care Partners community near you. Care, it's in our name and what we do. Learn more at carepartnersliving.com.
With 30 communities, including Covington, Bremerton, Snohomish, and the grand opening of North Creek Bothell, there's quality senior care at an affordable price near you. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
Cold leaking in rocks are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Call today and ask about our trade-in sale. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600 or heritagehomecraft.com.
When the heat's in 11, cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush. Act now before summer, because that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net.
This is the time to plan ahead, so you stay cool this summer. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Now save up to $4,600 on qualifying cooling equipment.
Dayandnight.net.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the New Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced New Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the New Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your New Skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the New Skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
This Easter, we invite you to share your egg-siding creations with us. Hartley Wilcox here. Submit your beautifully decorated Easter egg photos to our Wilcox Family Farms Facebook page and join the community in celebrating this joyous holiday. For over a century, our farm-fresh eggs have been a part of your cherished traditions. From our family to yours, we wish you a happy and colorful Easter filled with love, joy, and delicious Wilcox eggs. Wilcox Family Farms, locally fresh since 1909.
Hey, this is Pete from Home Matters. Tune in this weekend when we'll talk with local business owners about everything in and around your home. Join us on Saturdays from 2 to 3 right here on KIRO News Radio or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours. Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.com or 1-877-CARS4KIDS.
Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 7:31. A big story developing this morning. Boeing now caught in the crosshairs of the U.S. trade war with China.
The Chinese government is announcing they will no longer accept deliveries of Boeing jets or parts. We get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
This could mean huge impacts for Boeing and Boeing workers in the medium to long term. But in the short term, aviation expert Scott Hamilton tells me Boeing can find other buyers for their planes that are all ready for delivery. But while the Chinese ban on parts will affect Boeing, it could also hurt China and Airbus.
That's going to grind the production of their own domestically produced airplanes to a halt. And it will also grind to a halt the A320 family production line that Airbus has in Tianjin, China.
So what we're really looking at here is the long-term impacts. And I asked aviation expert Richard Abalafia about that.
In the medium and long term, yeah, they're going to lose market share to Airbus, and it's about 20% of the world market moving forward, so that hurts.
Yeah, and meanwhile, the news has hit Wall Street, impacting Boeing stock down 4% in pre-market trading. I'm looking at the board right now on Market Watch. Looks like it's down almost 2.5 points, 1.5%. Boeing is set to deliver close to 180 commercial airplanes for China's top 3 carriers over the next 2 years. We'll see what happens in that long term. Still no comment from Boeing. This is a developing story. We'll have more throughout the morning.
Thank you, Luke. 13-year-old boy remains on mandatory 24-hour electronic home monitoring. This after prosecutors say he brought a gun on a school campus in Federal Way last week and shot another teen, hitting his head. The teen pleaded not guilty to charges of assault, unlawful gun possession, unlawful possession of a dangerous weapon, and tampering with physical evidence. A.C. McNerthy with the King County Prosecutor's Office says cases like this are part of a troubling trend.
In Pierce County, in King County, in Snohomish County, we're seeing guns in the hands of kids way too young.
Now, the victim is okay. The teen will be back in court next month.
A hookah lounge in Rainier Beach is closing after a deadly shooting. Capri Bar was called a public safety risk by the city. It's been linked to multiple shootings, including a double homicide last month. According to Como, the owner has agreed to shut it down. The city council is also weighing a new law that would regulate clubs open after 2 o'clock in the morning.
No help is coming from FEMA after last year's bomb cyclone in Washington. The agency rejected the state's request for disaster aid. No reason given. Governor Bob Ferguson says the denial makes no sense given the damage. Homes, roads, and utilities were hit hard by the November storms. The state estimates $34 million in losses. Ferguson says they'll appeal and keep pushing for federal help.
It's 7:34, and that's time to head back to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Sully, take it away.
And we are still dealing with really heavy slowing on northbound I-5 getting through the Tacoma and Fife area. We had a couple of earlier crashes there. I don't see anything new blocking, but we've jumped up to 30 minutes to go from Tacoma to Federal Way. That's a 20-minute delay there, so really heavy just trying to work your way up past 70th. By the time you're up to Wild Waves, it's not too bad the rest of the way, and then you hit kind of a normal commute of an hour and 5 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. 35 of those minutes are from South Center. Now, if you normally take 509 to Vail and get away from the I-5 corridor, I wouldn't recommend it out of Burien right now. We're bumper to bumper all the way from 518 up past 128th. I'm checking to see what we have brewing there. This one just kind of popped up and went all red on the map. The Valley Freeway, about 55 minutes, with 30 of those minutes out of out of Auburn. Heavy brake lights begin in Pacific, and then Renton to Bellevue's about 40 minutes. Out of the north end, hour and 15-minute trip from Everett to Seattle. Just kind of crawling all the way, and you just get a little bit of a break through Northgate, and that's about it. For 405, it's bumper to bumper from Linwood down through 522, and for a net $15 there in the express toll lanes. It will save you 21 minutes, so that's actually a little bit decent money for your investment. Looking at 18 eastbound heavy over Tiger Mountain all the way to I-90. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Nice day on tap. We're expecting to have partly to mostly sunny skies this afternoon, highs in the mid-60s. Continues like this through Friday, where we warm up to 70. We cool down a bit for the weekend with clouds and a chance of occasional sprinkles for Easter Sunday. Right now in Seattle, it's 47 and clear at 7:35.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
It's now 7:36. President Trump has authorized the military to take control of land at the U.S.-Mexico border as part of the president's broader efforts to crack down on undocumented immigration.
Joining us now with more details is CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland. Good morning, Jeff. How many troops are being sent to the border?
Well, right now, we believe, Charlie, there are about 10,000 troops that are along the border as part of the promise that President Trump made during the campaign to put much stricter limitations on the border issue and to involve the military. The challenge the administration is having, of course, is under the law, Posse Comitatus Act, the U.S. military is precluded from so-called law enforcement activities on domestic U.S. soil. So there's now an effort to get around that by expanding the areas that are actually under the control of the military and part of military installations.
Jeff, what part of the border specifically are we talking about?
We're talking about an area that stretches from California to New Mexico. It's a so-called Roosevelt Reservation. It's about a 60-foot wide federal buffer zone that moves along the land there from California to New Mexico. Apparently, what the administration plans to do is transfer this territory, which is under the administration of the Department of the Interior, to the Department of Defense and test that against an area of land just east of a current military installation, Fort Huachuca. And therefore, any illegal immigrants that cross the border in those areas could be apprehended by the U.S. military because it was part of an official U.S. military base. Now, there are legal objections to that, but that seems to be the proposition they're going to test as this moves forward.
So just so I'm perfectly clear on this, Jeff, we're basically talking about a 60-foot wide swath of land stretching from California to New Mexico, and that would be considered essentially a military base?
Yeah, it would be made part of a military base to begin with, a small portion of that near Fort Huachuca. The problem is that under the law, again, the military is precluded from conducting domestic, law enforcement activities on American soil. Well, the argument is this would now be federal soil. But there still are legal arguments against this because there's a thing called the military purpose doctrine. And that says that the military can conduct law enforcement along grounds where the purpose of the ground is still essentially for military purposes, for training or for operations or for housing military personnel. But obviously in this case, this ground would be made part of a base, but not to improve the overall operations of the base.
This order states our southern border is under attack from a variety of threats. What do they mean specifically by that?
Well, they're talking about, of course, illegal immigration, which we know is significantly down at this particular moment. And the second thing they're talking about, of course, is the illegal importation of fentanyl drugs in particular across our southern border. And there's even been some suggestions that the Trump administration is talking about even conducting military strikes against drug cartels that operate in Mexico, moving fentanyl across the southern border.
Jeff, as I think about it, they wouldn't be a big fan of me just walking onto the base at Lewis McChord. What are the troops here being asked to do for this new stretch of land?
Well, for the people there at Lewis McChord, obviously no involvement except, of course, if they were moved down to the southern border for these particular operations. There might be some training or some discussions on them being involved if there is a need to reinforce the size of the military forces we have along the southern border.
And so, but for the troops that are currently along the border, I suppose is a better way of asking, what would they do if somebody crosses the border illegally and this is now considered a military base?
What they would do then would be apprehend that particular individual, but then they would have to be transferred quickly to civilian control, ICE, for the dispensation of the individual, for their housing, the review of who they are and what they were doing, and then their deportation if that was appropriate.
Jeff, thanks for helping us sort it out. We appreciate it. CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland.
Coming up on Seattle's Morning News, more of the day's top stories. And Sully, what's your hot spot?
Well, we're looking at a 20-minute delay northbound I-5 getting through Tacoma, so we'll break it down for you next.
It's 7:40.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through June 23rd, get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. Plus, get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all for $40 a month for 1 year. And ask how you can get a free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply with paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Xfinity Internet required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $70 per month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual fees vary and not guaranteed.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at k2visionrle.com.
Are insurance companies taking you for a ride? Literally? Don't let them destroy your financial future. If you've been in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is your weapon against greedy insurers. They don't care about you, but Just Cause Legal does. Time is running out. Get the compensation you deserve. Call 253-859-8899 now or visit justcauselegal.com. Don't wait until it's too late. Take back control and fight for what's yours. Meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal, fighting for you.
Is your roof ready for more spring showers? If your roof springs a leak, Valentine Roofing has you covered with our Leak Stop Guarantee. We'll stop a leak in your old roof for free until the new one is safely installed by our best-in-class craftsmen. But don't wait for a roofing emergency. Schedule your free estimate now before you have the headache of dealing with a leak. With our spring priority scheduling, we can get your roof replacement started within just 3 weeks. For all your roofing needs, call Valentine Roofing at 206 Roofing today to schedule your free estimate.
It's 7:43. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk with Sully.
20-minute delay northbound I-5 trying to get from Tacoma to Federal Way. That drive at a half an hour. We are bumper to bumper from the Puyallup River Bridge all the way through the construction zone up past Porter Way. We had a couple of different crashes along that corridor early this morning. I haven't found anything new blocking, but just a lot of heavy traffic heading up the hill there, so plan on big time delays. And then you're going to hit about an hour and 5-minute trip to go from Federal Way to Seattle. Sticking down in the Tacoma area, we're really seeing some heavy brake lights on eastbound 16 as well, past Cheney Stadium. Little sun glare to deal with down there as well, plus just the normal stuff around the corner. 512 is also a little heavy as well, and then the Valley Freeway is running at 55 minutes, over 30 minutes from Auburn, maybe closer to 35 as we see the brake lights all the way up to 405, and then Renton to Bellevue's running at about 45 minutes. The Maple Valley Highway behind it backed up to the golf course trying to get into Renton. Also seeing some spots there getting, say, up to Cedar Grove as well. 18 over Tiger Mountain, bumper to bumper the whole way, so it's a heavy day out in that general corridor. The lake bridges are hanging in there. Not too bad in the westbound direction. Coming down from the north end, we have a heavy day on westbound 2 and 204 trying to get down to the east end of the trestle. But it gets better the further over to I-5 you get. Then it's not too bad till about the Mill Creek interchange. Hour and 15-minute trip from Everett to Seattle, about an hour and 10 from Everett to Bellevue. And it looks like IRT was doing a little bit of work on northbound 509, working your way through Burien, but it pulled off at 128th, according to my Cornfeld Law hands-free highway helpers, and that backup's going away. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Beautiful day. We're going to see lots of sunshine, few clouds here and there throughout the week, but sunny through Friday. 65 our high for today, a little bit cooler tomorrow, and then we'll rebound into the possibly the low 70s on Friday. Right now, sunshine, it's warmed up to 47.
At 7:45, we head over to the news desk with KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gishard.
A power outage on Fred Hutchinson's campus is impacting multiple buildings. The hospital says the outage includes the phone systems and clinical care may be delayed. Seattle City Light is working on the outage now. We'll keep you updated as we learn more. A person was rescued after falling into the water off Mercer Island boat launch this morning. Eastside Fire and Rescue says swimmers and divers got to the person quickly and they were taken to Harborview. Bellevue Police, Kirkland Fire, and Mercer Island Police helped with the rescue. And now to a little music brought to you by Sully. Ice Cube is coming to Washington.
Just waking up in the morning, gotta thank God. I don't know, but today seems kinda odd.
So Ice Cube will be performing at the Angel of the Winds Arena in Everett on July 18th. His concert is part of a larger Legends of the West tour featuring several other artists.
When did Ice Cube just become like middle-aged, a.k.a. old people music? Like we just
I have no idea.
He didn't have to bring out his AK. Oh.
Listen, I've been listening to R&B and hip-hop since like 1983. So come on now.
Okay,
it's
I'm just saying.
Just not just pulling it out. It's just,
that was 41 years ago, Sully.
Oh, my
and it's
goodness.
still as good today
42.
as it was then. Now, I stopped listening at about 94 because then it got really terrible. But after that, what are you going to do?
Biggie Smalls, Tupac, they're terrible.
That was about the beginning of the end for it for me.
All right, Sully.
I hate auto-tuning in a horrible way.
Okay.
So
We'll sing in our natural voices, okay?
yeah.
Coming up, more of the day's top stories. It's 7:47 on Seattle's Morning News.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft, and we've got an offer you're not going to want to wait for. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Stop waiting. We're having a trade-in sale. You'll save $30 per door and drawer front off the cost of your new kitchen. Count them up and see how much you'll save. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600 or heritagehomecraft.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 Gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 Gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These Gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 Gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Seattle's Morning News. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's Morning News, wherever you are.
7:50 now, and we continue with the day's top stories.
Hundreds of people in King County who used to be homeless might not be able to pay their rent.
That's because a pandemic-era program is ending. The Seattle Times reports King County got more than 1,300 emergency housing vouchers in 2021, rental subsidies paid for by the American Rescue Plan. Initially, housing authorities thought that money would last until 2030, but the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development sent a letter last month saying that money was gone. According to the letter, housing authorities would be getting one more allocation late this month, and if managed properly, it should last through this year and into 2026. Frank Lindsay, KIRO Newsradio.
A woman in Seattle faces animal cruelty charges after several dog attacks. Videos of these went viral on Reddit. According to Fox 13 Seattle, her pit bull was caught on video attacking pets while she stood by. Police say she yelled bizarre things like calling her dog a chupacabra and refused to stop the dog. Neighbors reported more than one attack on the same day. Seattle Animal Control now has the dog. The woman was arrested Friday.
Bellevue police have arrested a rideshare driver who they say groped a teenage girl in February.
It was a very scary situation overall.
Drew Anderson with Bellevue Police says now they want to know if there are any other victims out there. The assault happened February 17th near Southeast 44th Place and 121st Avenue Southeast. Police say 43-year-old Martin Najoki tried to prevent her from getting out of the car, but she managed to get away. He was driving a Mitsubishi with a license plate number CBM 2456. He's charged with unlawful imprisonment and indecent liberties. If you or someone you know was assaulted by this man, you're asked to call Bellevue Police.
Seattle Pride says some major sponsors are dropping out, leaving a big funding gap. King 5 reports the group is short $350,000 for this year's activities and is asking the public for help. Organizers say political pushback on diversity is hurting LGBTQ events nationwide. Executive Director Patty Hearn says they may have to shorten the parade or add fees. They hope donations and grants can keep the event free and accessible.
Jeopardy host and Edmonds native Ken Jennings joins Community Transit to launch a new video series on the history and benefits of public transportation. A self-described transit nerd, Jennings says he still rides the bus today.
I've teamed up with Community Transit to explore some of the challenges our communities face and share how public transit can be the answer. Join me as we explore the transit effect.
The Transit Effect is a 7-part video series covering a range of transit topics.
Ken Jennings has an entire book on just road maps, of road maps, but on road maps.
Yep.
He is kind of nerdy that way.
Who's the biggest transit nerd, though?
Yeah, I would think he's in the studio with us right now.
I think so, too, Mr. Sully.
I will take series I won't watch for 100,
please. He's at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
That was a cheap shot. Looking at the drive now, transit may or may not help you if you're trying to come up I-5 right now, because we've got a 20-minute delay, whether you're a bus or a car heading up northbound I-5, working your way out of Tacoma. Just heavy braking from about the Puyallup River Bridge up past Porter Way. It's 30 minutes to get you up into Federal Way, and then Federal Way to Seattle will greet you with about an hour, 5-minute trip. 35 minutes to make the drive from South Center. So about an average day for you guys. Looking at about 55 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. It's starting to thin a little bit getting in and out of the Auburn area, but not too bad. But up at the north end, it's really slow. And Renton to Bellevue's at 45 minutes. The Lake Bridges, both of them in the westbound direction, seeing a little bit of braking as you get over to I-5. Eastbound 520 has sun glare to deal with down through Montlake, and eastbound 90 has the normal stuff merging into 405. Coming down from the north end, a solid drive away from the Mill Creek interchange down through Shoreline with just a little gap before you hit it again across the U District into the Ship Canal Bridge. For 405, brake lights from Linwood down through Bothell, kind of extending through Totem Lake. So hour and 10-minute trips from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. Olympia to Tacoma is about 45 now. Brake lights in DuPont are really in Lacey. Little sun glare up the hill there too. And then brake lights in the south end of Tacoma. And we're looking at brake lights getting around the corner in Gorst, around the Sinclair Inlet there for those of you trying to work your way into Bremerton. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Just gorgeous out today, a lot of sun, and we're going to be getting more and more sun. Sunset will be after 8 tonight in Seattle. That's the first time this year. The sun just keeps staying up longer. National Weather Service says we'll add more daylight every day through June. We're gaining over 3 minutes of daylight a day. Sunsets peak around 9:10 in June. And this is all happening as we get a stretch of dry, sunny weather. This week, we're expecting highs in the low to mid 60s. A few clouds, I should say, mixed in with the sun. By the weekend, that's where we start seeing clouds make a comeback. A chance of cooler temps over the weekend, maybe even a little drizzle on Saturday and Sunday. But you know what? Friday, we've got 70 degrees, so not so bad. We'll take it. Right now in Seattle, we have mostly sunny skies. It's 47.
And coming up on Seattle's Morning News, more details on how Boeing will be affected by China's most recent countermove against the U.S.
That and more of the day's top stories are on the way. You are listening to Seattle's Morning News right here on KIRO News Radio, where it's 7:55.
KIRO News Radio, your home for the John Curley Show.
Do you take the money from the guy that made the money because somehow he doesn't deserve all of that money, and you give it to the government, and then they redistribute it to everybody? How is wealth created from that? It is never created. We are all richer because these people, they came up with some pretty cool ideas that we all benefit from. Most of these guys didn't set out to be billionaires. What they set out to do was solve a problem.
Find podcasts and more at mynorthwest.com. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Riereka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Call today and ask about our trade-in sale. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600 or heritagehomecraft.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. It's not clear if the U.S. Supreme Court will weigh in again in the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the Maryland man who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador last month. The court told the Trump administration to facilitate his return, but CBS's Nancy Cordes reports the White House and El Salvador have shown no inclination to do that.
There will be another hearing on this case today in Maryland. It could eventually go back to the Supreme Court.
White House officials told us yesterday, even if Abrego Garcia is brought back to the United States, it's largely irrelevant because they've just deported him again. They say he will never live in the U.S. again.
President Trump today threatened to strip Harvard of its tax-exempt status after the school refused to accept policy changes ordered by the White House. The administration has already frozen more than $2 billion in grants and other federal money to Harvard. Jury selection today in Harvey Weinstein's retrial in New York, the last time the disgraced movie studio boss was convicted of rape and sentenced to 23 years in prison. Legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum.
The verdict of the last trial was overturned by an appeals court because the judge allowed evidence related to other women who were not part of that first proceeding.
Weinstein's pleaded not guilty. He denies he raped or sexually assaulted anyone. At the closely watched antitrust trial pitting Meta against the Federal Trade Commission, the government went for headlines early, questioning Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg.
One of their pieces of evidence is a 2012 email where Facebook co-founder Mark Zuckerberg himself described buying Instagram as a way to neutralize a competitor.
CBS News tech contributor Ian Scher, a loss in the case could mean Meta might have to sell Instagram and or WhatsApp. A woman has competed in the Army's Best Ranger competition for the first time, as we hear from CBS's Michael Wallace.
Army Ranger First Lieutenant Gabrielle White and her teammate finished in 14th place out of 52 pairs. During the 60-hour competition, the Rangers moved more than 60 miles. Along the way, there are physical fitness tests, obstacle courses, land navigation, helicopter missions, and weapons qualification. In past years, the Army likely would have touted White's accomplishment, but President Trump's anti-DEI policies won't allow that.
A second U.S. aircraft carrier, the USS Carl Vinson, is now reportedly operating in Mideast waters ahead of the next round of talks between Iran and the U.S. over Tehran's nuclear program. A U.S. campaign against the Houthis in Yemen is seen as a way to pressure Iran in the negotiations. The Dow is up 120. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
Coming up, the latest on China taking aim at Boeing in this tariff war. But first, we head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Sully.
And we've kind of stabilized into a typical Tuesday with one exception, and that's the northbound I-5 drive, which continues to struggle through Fife up the hill towards Highway 18. The good news is the backup doesn't extend as far into Tacoma as it used to, and we're back under 30 minutes from Tacoma to Federal Way. But either way, that's a 20-minute delay or just under, which is not a very good way to start your drive. And then Federal Way to Seattle's running at about an hour and 10 minutes. So Tacoma to Seattle's going to be a little over 90 minutes. So behind schedule, definitely. Valley Freeway trying to thin out from south to north. We still have brake lights in Auburn and at the north end. Still about 55 minutes to go from end to end. And Renton to Bellevue's getting closer to 50. That's become the norm lately on these heavy days. Coming down from the north end, we're looking at hour and 15-minute trip from Everett to Seattle. About an hour and 10 from Everett to Bellevue. Good news is the Lake Bridges are hanging in there. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Good morning. It is 8:04. Seattle's morning news. Along with Charlie Harger, I'm Manda Factor.
Developing this morning, Boeing is now caught in the crosshairs of a U.S. trade war with China.
The Chinese government has announced it will no longer accept deliveries of Boeing jets or parts. We get more live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
This could mean huge impacts for Boeing and Boeing workers. Boeing stock taking a hit this morning over the news, down 4% in pre-market trading, down 2 points after the opening bell. In order to break down the short-term and long-term impacts, we talked with two aviation experts this morning. In the short term, Scott Hamilton tells me the Chinese ban on U.S. parts will impact Boeing, but it's also going to impact Chinese-built commercial airplanes and Airbus.
That's going to grind the production of their own domestically produced airplanes to a halt. And it will also grind to a halt the A320 family production line that Airbus has in Tianjin, China.
As far as the long-term impacts, aviation expert Richard Abalafia says that is where things could get tricky for Boeing.
In the medium and long term, yeah, they're going to lose market share to Airbus, and it's about 20% of the world market moving forward, so that hurts.
So far this year, Boeing has delivered 18 commercial airplanes to China. It was supposed to deliver 179 commercial airplanes to China's top three carriers over the next 2 years. Abalafia says, Boeing will most likely find other customers for those planes because there's a huge demand for Boeing planes right now. They're so backlogged. But as far as how long this Chinese ban could be in place, Hamilton says maybe as long as this trade war continues.
Trump's term ends January 20th, 2029. And we need to look at the impact on Boeing through that timeline. And I would expect that if these tariffs are still in place then, a new president will remove them.
And still no comment from Boeing this morning.
Thanks for the update, Luke. It's 8:06. The federal government has turned down our state's request for help after last November's bomb cyclone.
Washington Governor Bob Ferguson says FEMA offered no explanation for denying the state's application for recovery money. The storm did $34 million in damage and killed 2 people. Washington applied back in January for that money to repair damage to public highways, public utilities, and electrical power systems. The state has 30 days to appeal, and Ferguson says it will. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Since 2020, Washington has averaged more than 1,300 work zone crashes per year. To help protect workers and drivers, the state's first work zone speed camera goes up tomorrow morning. We get the latest from KIRO News Radio's Nate Connors.
Amy Marino with WashDOT says the goal of this safety program is to reduce speeding and not issue tickets. She adds that this is about everyone's safety on the road.
You know, unfortunately, we have seen increasing speeds on our roadways over the last several years and increasing collisions in work zones. And unfortunately, it's not just our workers who are getting injured. We're seeing lots of people in the vehicles who are getting injured.
Wednesday morning, the first cameras go up through JBLM where safety concerns have been mounting. Your first infraction is a freebie. After that, you'll pay $248 per ticket. Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
If you're driving near South Center the next couple of days, you could see some delays on the freeway. WashDOT crews will close 2 right lanes between South 188th and 405 on northbound I-5. This is for expansion joint repairs. Work is scheduled to take place between 8 in the morning and 2:30 in the afternoon both days.
It's 8:07.
Serious news, relaxed hosts. It's Seattle's Morning News.
Well, it's good to have you here with us on this Tuesday morning, April 15th, Tax Day. Charlie Harger here with you, along with Manda Factor.
Hello.
Good morning.
Happy Tax Day to you.
I'm hoping you get these filed soon. I don't want to see you go off to the federal lockup, Manda.
I'll be fine, thank you.
Okay. You and Al Capone?
I'm almost done. I'm just procrastinating purposely because I owe money. And
okay. All right. Well, that does make sense. Sully's monitoring the road for us and also giving us his insights on 80s rap music. He's a big fan.
Yeah, and also, you know, if you want to talk Boeing, I could talk Boeing too.
Yeah.
I'm a man of
I'm learning
mystery.
You can talk about pretty much anything.
Yeah, he really can.
And fill a lot of time.
Yeah, and a lot of it factual.
Some of it not so much.
We do appreciate that. And the cool thing about today is the first day of the year that sunset is after 8 p.m. and it's sunny and gorgeous out. So we have that going for us.
Very nice. Coming up this hour of the show, our legislative update from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich. Big debate over the Parents' Bill of Rights yesterday, and Matt will have more.
Today, the Seattle City Council will vote on new safety regulations for late-night lounges. The legislation comes after dozens of shootings at these sorts of lounges over the past decade, including that recent double homicide, a hookah lounge. Erica Escatel pleaded with council members to pass the ordinance after her brother was shot and killed outside the Capri Lounge 7 months ago.
How is this always happening? Whose fault is it? The person who owns the establishment and takes advantage of no repercussions?
Vote is at 2 p.m. Also should note that Como News is reporting that the Capri Lounge will shut down after coming to an agreement with the city.
A bikini barista in Everett is sharing her experience of being attacked on the job. The woman spoke through a Zoom call at the suspect's first court appearance yesterday.
I'm kind of shocked right now. I don't really know how to express myself. All I can say is that it was a very traumatized experience.
The 22-year-old suspect is accused of attacking 2 baristas last week at separate stands along Evergreen Way. Court documents say the man turned himself in on Friday. KIRO 7 TV reports a judge set bail at $350,000.
An Everett man is suspected of having enough fentanyl to kill 4.5 million people. The Everett Herald reports the man was arrested in January and booked into the Snohomish County Jail on suspicion of drug trafficking, and he was again arrested last week. The police seized more than 20 pounds of fentanyl, and that is enough, more than enough, to kill the entire population of Seattle.
A 13-year-old boy will remain on electronic home monitoring following his initial court appearance at King County Juvenile Court yesterday afternoon. We get the update from KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch.
Along with his attorney and both parents, the 13-year-old pleaded not guilty to all charges. Prosecutors allege the teen brought a gun on campus at Sequoia Middle School last week and shot another teen in the head. Casey McNerthney with the King County Prosecutor's Office says this case should serve as a warning for other teens.
I think the message here is if you threaten somebody with a gun on school grounds or if you shoot somebody, either way, you're going to be in a traditional courtroom facing the judge.
The teen has no criminal record and the victim will be okay. In Seattle, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
A 19-year-old French phenom is coming to the Seattle Storm.
The Seattle Storm select Dominique Malunga from France.
She is 6'6", plays forward, was the second overall pick in the WNBA draft last night. She's the fifth player from France to be taken in the first round.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah, 6'6". That is tall. It's 8:11. Let's check the weather forecast brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. Here's KIRO 7's Nick Allard.
Talking sunshine today and beautiful weather. Expect to find highs getting up to about 65 or so. I do think you'll see really just mostly sunny skies all over, and then really just into the low 60s tomorrow. Now, early on, sure, a little fog in the morning, but still plenty of sunshine, so it's going to be a nice day at about 62. After that, we warm it up more Thursday and Friday with temperatures getting into the mid and upper 60s and lower 70s again, especially, say, 70 or so by Friday. And after that, mostly cloudy on Saturday and Sunday, in the upper 50s on Saturday and, say, mid 50s for Sunday. And I don't think you'll have a lot of rain. You might just have, say, a sprinkle here and there, but that's probably about all. So we'll count on seeing some sprinkles, maybe Saturday night to Sunday. We'll count on having mostly cloudy skies and cooler weather, but it's not going to be a super wet weekend. You'll notice a difference, but not awful.
Right now in Seattle, we have plenty of sunshine. It's 47 coming up at 8:13.
And we head back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk for an update from Chris Sullivan.
And I'm being devious here. This is the first thing that came to my mind.
The Seattle Storm select Dominique Malunga from France.
We are from France. Immediately, the first thing I thought of were the Coneheads.
You're the only one in the room.
Because of the way it was just from France. It was like, what? It just seems so...
You just dated yourself just a tad.
1970s SNL reference. Well played, Sully. Well played.
The movie afterwards, really, for those of you who were watching with Chris Farley. Yeah. I don't know. That's all I can think of. Anyway. Looking at the roads out because I'm trying to give you guys a little laugh because it's struggling still up northbound I-5 from Fife up past Wild Waves. Looks like we might actually have another crash up there, which is unfortunate. We've been running right around 28 to 29 minutes from Tacoma to Federal Way, and that's what we're still getting right now. The Valley Freeway, though, is getting better. From Puyallup up to Renton, it's back under 50 minutes, but not by much. Eastbound 18 is really struggling getting into and through Auburn. That's related to some sun glare, really. 18 over Tiger Mountain, bumper to bumper all the way from the Summit down to I-90. Renton to Bellevue's about 48 minutes now. Federal Way to Seattle, about an hour and 15. We still have very heavy brake lights from the beginning of Boeing Field. It's 40 plus to go just from South Center. Coming down from the north end, we're trying to thin out here and there, but away from Linwood, it is not going to be easy. Hour and 10-minute trips from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
And now at 8:14, we head over to the news desk with KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gishard.
Power is still out on Fred Hutchinson's campus. It's impacting several buildings. The hospital says the outage includes the phone systems and clinical care may be delayed. Seattle City Light is working on the outage now. Over in Pierce County, a suspicious license plate turned into a chase. Deputies tried to stop the driver early yesterday morning after noticing something just wasn't right with his license plate. Deputy Carly Capetto tells us.
It was actually a fake paper picture of a license plate that was laminated and placed on the vehicle to look real.
The man was booked for investigation of eluding and forgery. For one Bothell man, this year's April Fool's Day was one to remember. It all starts in late March when he bought a scratch ticket worth a $2 million prize. Later that day, after a call to Washington's lottery, he learned he won. So naturally, on April 1st, he told some family members about his win, and immediately he was met in disbelief. But Then a few days later, after he claimed his prize, he put down an offer on a house, and that got them to believe.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just looking at the camera angle right behind you, Katrina, and now it just clicked off. But here's the funny thing that happens. When you are talking, the camera goes on, and what I'm seeing is G is perfectly framed and sitting back at his desk.
With his feet up on the desk.
He's got his feet up on the desk, and he's just kind of hanging out, observing, watching, waiting.
He's having a good time.
Yeah, all right. It's always fun to watch those video feeds. Thank you, Katrina. It's 8:16.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Time for our legislative update brought to us by WaFd Bank.
Big debate yesterday over parents' rights in schools, and the clock continues to tick for the state to come up with a new budget.
So let's check out what's happening in Olympia with KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich. Matt, how many days are left in this session?
There's only 12 left, Charlie and Manda. You think 93 days into it, you think they'd come up with a budget by now, but no, it's going to be 11th hour when they finally decide what kind of taxes and budget we're going to have.
So Democratic state lawmakers want to change the Parents' Bill of Rights. We've been talking about this morning. 400,000 or so people signed the initiative before the legislature said, yeah, let's approve it. The legislature now saying, at least the Democrats are saying, no, that initiative was too confusing. And some people are saying we're making it even more confusing.
Yeah, that's the latest. I mean, it started out as a bill to fix that initiative, one bill from each side of the House and the Senate. Now that bill has been broken down into two bills, and both of them are still at play. Now there's Senate Bill 5181, which deals with the parents' rights and their involvement with their kids. That passed the Senate and passed the House yesterday. Now the House bill, 1296, that's on your bingo card, which started out taking on the same issues as the Parent Bill of Rights, became a Student Bill of Rights. Now, that passed the House and the Senate. Now, in general, both bills passed along party lines, and with almost all Democrats supporting them and all Republicans voting against them. Both bills are basically written in legislative lingo known as a striking amendment. Here's your civics lesson. That's when a bill goes to the House floor or the Senate floor and someone just totally does a rewrite, and that means that the other chamber has to approve those changes. And that's this ping pong game that we're now having right now with the Student Bill of Rights and the Senate Bill of Rights. Now, the Senate bill maintains that immediate notification of parents if there's an alleged allegation of a crime committed against their child, or if the child is interrogated by police. It also adds other notifications, including when a child is detained for involvement in criminal activity or if a school shooting occurs. Now, originally the bill was had those notifications as up to 48 hours. But now it's back to what it is now, which is immediate notification. The bill also says schools don't have to release records of their students if the parent is under investigation or charged with child abuse or neglect.
There was quite a bit of testimony on this yesterday, and sometimes it was pretty emotional.
It was, and it's going to be that way even when they go back and forth again. So expect the vote. Will it happen this year? This is a ping pong bill, and we just don't know it'll happen this year. It has to happen pretty soon.
Matt, we had Republicans who were quite upset by the floor debate yesterday. Just give us an idea of what happened there.
Because the Republicans have always said that this needs to be a bill that reflects what the current law is, and that is the 400,000 people signed this initiative to have this Parent Bill of Rights. That's existing law, and we don't need to change any of that. It's been an ongoing argument here, and it's just a consideration that they don't need to make any changes, but the Democrats want to continue to do that.
And they weren't really able to have the lengthy debate they had enjoyed previously. That's the press release that came out yesterday.
Well, that's yes, that is a speed up process. The Democrats, who can make their own rules in either the House and the Senate, they wanted to limit debate, and the Republicans wanted to add a ton of amendments to their version of the bill, of the Senate bill yesterday. And what happens is the Democratic leadership can basically cut off debate when they feel like it's going nowhere. And that's what happened yesterday. We knew it was going to happen at some point in the legislative session, and that's what happened yesterday.
Another thing getting a lot of attention are the two versions of the rent stabilization bill, or what Republicans refer to as rent control. What's going to happen with that?
Well, in this case, there is one bill, House Bill 1217, with two key differences, in versions. The House and Senate. Now, these, again, are striking amendments. One chamber changed the others. Now, in the Senate, they approved a 10% yearly cap plus a inflation increase on rents. And the House version of the same bill has a yearly cap of 7%. Because the changes were made to these bills, there's no ping-pong effect like I just told you about with the Parent Bill of Rights and the Student Bill of Rights. A conference of 4 Democrats and 2 Republicans will sit down in a room and bang out a version that Democrats think will pass both the House and Senate. Because I say Democrats because Democrats, again, are the majority party, and they control the process in both the House and the Senate.
Sounds like no matter what, the gas tax is going up. We have one proposal in the Senate to raise it by 6 cents. The House is proposing 9 cents. Where do things stand with that, Matt?
Well, we really don't know yet. This is a case where we really don't know. We won't know until the very end of the session, because that's when all the tax bills we voted on. One bill difference, or the difference between the two, are the prices, like you said. And what the difference comes down to is how they'll pay for these fish culvert repairs, which is a final bill is expected to be $9 billion. That's a lot of money. The Senate's 6-cent version has those billions paid by a capital budget, a totally separate budget lawmakers pass every 2 years. The House's 9-cent version includes billions for those fish culverts. Now, both taxes would increase every year with the rate of inflation. That's roughly 2% per year, and that comes down to about a penny a gallon. But it's those fish culverts, and where that money is going to come from is going to be the big debating issue there.
As you mentioned, they have to wrap it up April 27th. At this point, what's the likelihood of a special session?
Well, I think it's unlikely. I'll just say that right now, because basically is the only bills that can hold up this, could create a special session, would be the budget. Now, they must submit a balanced budget to the governor by April 27th. Then the governor has time to review it, what has passed on both the House and the Senate. Now, if he rejects a substantial portion of the budget, he can call lawmakers back to Olympia, and they have to work it out again. Now, well, I say it's not likely to happen because you have Democrats in power and a Democratic governor, although he's become a wild card because of what he's been saying, and he's not approving everything the Democrats want. You have a Democratic governor, Democratic House, Democratic Senate. The last time they went to a special session over the budget was in 2017 when the Republicans were in charge of the Senate. So if we go to a special session where all the Democrats are in charge, that would be very surprising.
All right. We're in the home stretch in the state legislature for this session, at least. Matt Markovich, thank you.
You're welcome.
It's 8:23. Over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Sully is watching the roads.
And we've got a new crash to tell you about for my Snohomies coming down out of Snohomish County. We've got crash on southbound I-5 just as you get south of, say, the 128th area, but before you get to the Ash Creek Park and Ride, we're looking at the Mill Creek interchange. The right lane is blocked, and so we're backing up pretty quickly there. And then you have just a slight gap, and then you hit it again away from Linwood. So we've got about an hour and 15-minute trip from Everett to Seattle, about an hour and 10 from Everett to Bellevue. We're getting better, though, further to the north. Things in Marysville are calming down, and the trestle is as well. 204, though, still a little slow as you work your way down out of Lake Stevens. Northbound I-5, haven't found anything new as you work your way up the hill towards Wild Waves, and the backup is thinning out there as well. I mean, it's still about a 15-minute delay from Tacoma to Federal Way at 25 minutes, but it's trending the right direction. Eastbound 18, though, is as you're making your way down the canyon over and down through Auburn. Going to be pretty heavy there. We have some sun glare to deal with as you make your way through Auburn. Northbound 167, still slow through Pacific before you even get to Auburn. Over 50 minutes to make that entire drive, and then a 45-minute trip from Renton to Bellevue. Kind of an average day for you guys. The lake bridges are hanging in there in both directions. Primarily westbound, your morning commute drive doesn't look too bad. Olympia to Tacoma, we do have a couple of brake lights here in DuPont and in the south end of Tacoma, but overall 40 minutes to make the drive is not bad there. This report brought brought to you by Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Through April, Lake Washington Windows is paying your sales tax, plus giving you 18 months to pay. For details, visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Beautiful sunshine for the day. It's 51 in the sun right now. We're headed for a high today of 65.
The morning news continues. It's 8:25.
This hour is brought to you by WaFd Bank.
KIRO Newsradio, your home for G and Ursula, 9 to noon.
Our very own Sully, you guys know, the traffic guy. Do you go to the produce section? Do you do shopping for vegetables?
He said he went to the produce section.
I was sitting there in the woods.
How long does it take you to shop?
When I'm shopping, it takes me about 5 minutes.
And then Holly texts you and says, will you pick up a couple more things for me?
Yeah, all the time.
How long does it take you?
Probably 45 extra minutes. Because I don't know what those things are.
Streaming live on your smart speaker.
Hello, sunshine. And while you're out and about in the summer sun, make sure your bank accounts can keep up with you. Free checking with WaFd Bank can do that, and much more. No more worrying about minimum balances or monthly maintenance fees. And WaFd has thousands of fee-free ATMs and more than 200 branches to serve you across 9 western states. Plus, WaFd Bank offers new tools like voice-activated banking so you can check your balance and make transfers between your WaFd accounts using just your voice. You can do your banking while you're planting those spring flowers. You also have access to free tools like online and mobile banking, bill pay, person-to-person payments with Zelle, mobile check deposit, and full control over your debit cards to turn them on or off should they get misplaced. And you can choose from some pretty great-looking debit cards, including the Seattle Kraken and the Seawolves. So visit wafdbank.com to open your account today and find out why they were awarded Best Bank by Newsweek 3 years in a row. Non-sufficient funds charge may apply. WaFd Bank, member FDIC.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
From groceries to home prices, the cost of living in Washington state keeps going up. Now, Olympia politicians are proposing the largest tax increases in state history. Don't be fooled. If taxes go up, we'll all pay even more. Washington needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Tell the politicians no by visiting www.affordablewashington.org. Paid for by the people for an affordable Washington. Top 5 contributors are Washington Alliance for a Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Amazon.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
When the heat's in 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush.
Act now before summer.
Cause that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net.
This is the time to plan ahead so you stay cool this summer. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Now save $50 off our pre-summer AC tune-up.
Dayandnight.net.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment and paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. I'm here with good news. Guardian has flexible financing options. With Guardian's acclaimed services, you can upgrade or repair your roof, gutters, and insulation. Call to hear about our flexible financing options or visit guardianroofing.com.
Hi, this is Keith Dashafi, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Are you ready to enhance your home with stunning, energy-efficient windows and doors? At Pella, we offer top-quality products with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. And right now, we're offering an amazing deal. Enjoy 12 months with no interest and no payments, or get 40% off qualifying installs. My team is dedicated to helping you every step of the way. Visit PellaPNW.com to schedule your free appointment today. That's PellaPNW.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 8:31.
Developing this morning, Boeing is now caught in the crosshairs of the U.S. trade war with China.
Chinese government announcing they will no longer accept deliveries of Boeing jets or parts. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey has been following this story all morning. Luke?
Charlie, this could mean huge impacts for Boeing and Boeing workers. Boeing stock taking a hit this morning over the news, down 4% in pre-market trading, down about 1% right now after the opening bell. We talked with two aviation experts this morning about this in the short term. Scott Hamilton tells me the Chinese ban on U.S. parts will impact Boeing, certainly, but also it's going to impact Chinese-built commercial airplanes and Airbus.
That's going to grind the production of their own domestically produced airplanes to a halt. And it will also grind to a halt the A320 family production line that Airbus has in Tianjin, China.
Now, as far as long-term impacts, aviation expert Richard Abalafia says that is where things could get really tricky for Boeing.
In the medium and long term, they're going to lose market share to Airbus, and it's about 20% of the world market moving forward, so that hurts.
So far this year, Boeing has delivered 18 commercial airplanes to China. It was supposed to deliver 179 commercial airplanes to China's top 3 carriers over the next 2 years. Both experts tell me in the short term that might be okay because Boeing will most likely find other customers for those planes because there is a huge demand right now because of the backlog. Still no comment, by the way, from Boeing this morning.
8:33 now. Neighbors say they are fearful after the shooting and death of a 15-year-old boy in Renton. This happened Sunday night. A grandmother describes to KIRO 7 TV the terror of being caught in the crossfire with her grandson.
All I could think in my mind is cover him so a bullet won't hit him.
They were safe. 2 teens, along with 2 others, were driving when another car pulled up, fired shots at them. Renton police believe this was a targeted shooting, and they're still looking for suspects.
Money put aside to help more than 1,300 homeless people in King County stay off the street is running out sooner than expected. The Seattle Times reports the money for emergency housing vouchers, first released in 2021 under the American Rescue Plan, was supposed to last until 2030. Now, federal housing authorities say the last chunk of the money is going out this month, and if managed properly, should last into 2026.
8:34 now. Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And it was already difficult enough getting out of the Everett area down into Seattle or Bellevue, but now this crash that we have just south of 128th in South Everett is really leaving a mark. We've got about a 3-mile backup now, well before Silver Lake, and down to the scene. Right lane remains blocked. Fire emergency crews just got there, so they're they're taking up a lot of room. It's an hour and 25 minutes now from Everett into Seattle. That's about a 15-minute delay just in that little spot, and then overall the rest of the way down. Everett to Bellevue is also running about an hour and 15 minutes because you have to get through that backup first before you even get to the split so you can head down 405. So not a pretty drive out of Snohomish County at this particular moment. Northbound 405 from Renton to Bellevue still struggling up the hill before clearing by the time you get to Factoria, but 45 minutes Renton to Bellevue is not a great number. Behind that, the Valley Freeway is trying to thin out. It's just going to take a little bit more time. We have about 48 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. Want to thank my great Jay High Crusader, Jay, class of 88. Let me know that there is a little crash on northbound I-5 as you make your way out past Wild Waves. It's kind of in the gore point again. Still why we have that breakdown there. Tacoma to Federal Way, 25 minutes. Lake Bridges are still doing okay. Federal Way to Seattle's about an hour and 5. This report brought to you by Pro Sculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss and skin tightening solution for men and women. Offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation, prosculpt.com.
Another beautiful day. Lots of sunshine, warming up to 65 for today. Tomorrow, just a little bit cooler, but we're going to see sun for the week. We're right on through at least Friday, mostly sunny. Low 70s a possibility on Friday. So far, a peak at Easter Sunday. Looks like you might see some showers early on and possibly later in the afternoon, too, but not a washout. Right now, sunshine and 51 in Seattle.
It's 8:35.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Let's go!
Now, Choke Points with Chris Solomon.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
Well, it's going to be another long spring and summer for you heading to the coast. The fish passage work between McCleary and Montesano isn't expected to wrap up before the travel season ends. Sully, I've driven through this several times. This is a real headache.
Yeah, and during the peak season, it just gets really, really, really bad because there are 5 different work zones along that corridor impacting both directions of the highway. This is SR8 and US 12. They kind of combo west of Olympia. And on that 18-mile stretch, you get up to speed, then you get up to speed, and then you hit a break. It's not pleasant. And the work's not going to be done before the end of basically past Labor Day. So I'm just trying to warn everybody. I went down there last weekend or a couple weekends ago and just like, okay, what's the situation? And it looks pretty much the same. However, there has been a lot of work. The bridge work looks really good. Looks like they're close to doing some striping work, but there is a lot left to do. WashDOT's Kara Mitchell says that they've got some changes coming up for drivers who are used to the current configuration.
Travelers will see a shift in the lanes. So instead of being on the inside lanes, they're going to be moved to the outside lanes. It will still be one lane in each direction. We hope to have the project wrapped up by late summer or early fall.
Mitchell says the plan is to open sections of the road as they are completed and not wait until everything's done.
Travelers will see a shift in the lanes. So instead of being on the inside lanes, they're going to be moved to the outside lanes. Well, that sounds exactly like the same audio cut I just played. How about I do this? Some are a little bit further along than the other. Some started earlier than the other, so it's going to be piecemeal as they open up.
Now, WashDOT is replacing 5 old culverts in this area to improve the fish habitat. Of course, that's the number one issue. But Mitchell says the work also had some very practical needs.
When we have heavy rains, some of those older culverts were at risk of, washing out and creating a lot of headaches for travelers and nearby residents alike. And so this actually opens up and gives us more space for water to flow underneath the highways.
And now to my annual zipper merge crusade. During those heavy travel times last year, I was cut off and flipped off for using the open lane all the way to the merge, especially coming right off of Montesano. The Montesano cutoff there, coming out of your favorite place, Arctic, along the little corridor. Arctic, yeah, sorry, you're right. And the lane closes really close to that off-ramp or on-ramp there at Montesano. And so please, zipper merge.
You will continue to see zipper merge signs. You will continue to see a reduced speed limit through the work zones. And we really ask people for their patience. Give yourself that extra time so you don't feel the need and the urge to want to speed and go beyond what you really should be driving through there, and keep our workers safe.
And a reminder for those who do not know what the zipper merge is and have not read my manifesto at the Smithsonian, it basically says when that lane comes to an end, you use both lanes up until the lane closure, and then you take turns like the teeth of a zipper. The reason it backs up both lanes the same amount and gets you through there faster than merging early and getting like a 2-mile backup in one lane and then a whole lane that's wide open. Use both lanes. It's faster. It's what the engineers design it for, because they tell you when the lane's going to end, and then it doesn't end for a certain amount of time to allow you to merge properly. Don't cut people off who are doing this. This is the proper way to merge. And I know a lot of people don't like that. They feel like you're cheating. You're not. You're not cheating.
Feel the urge to zipper merge is what you're saying.
Yes, even though our good friend Cody from Montesano, who told me earlier when I did this story, he's like, oh, yeah, you guys from Seattle and your zipper merge. And I was like, what, man? Why don't the locals do it? He goes, well, to be honest, we all voted and said we don't want to zipper. He was joking. We were having a little fun with it. But he's a daily listener down there. He knows what it's like. And yeah, please, it's better for everybody. There's no need to get all road ragey about this. If we all just did it, it would just work so much more smoothly. But I know there's still a learning curve on this. But again, if you're heading down to the beach this summer, it's going to be another rough one of those commutes, especially on those heavy weekends like 4th of July, Memorial Day, Labor Day, until they finish this work.
After all that zipper merging, I'm telling you need to stop at Clark's in Arctic and have yourself a milkshake.
Ooh.
It'll change your life.
I know. I drive by that every time we go down there, and I'm just looking at the clock like, boy, I got to beat that traffic in Lacey, which never happens on a Sunday afternoon coming up on 5 northbound, though it is getting better with the work DOT's doing there. But yeah, I will stop one of these days.
All right. What's coming up in traffic?
We're going to take a look at the crash up in the South Everett area, which is really doing a number on the commute. So we'll break it down for you next.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft, and we've got an offer you're not going to want to wait for. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Stop waiting. We're having a trade-in sale. You'll save $30 per door and drawer front off the cost of your new kitchen. Count them up and see how much you'll save. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600 or heritagehomecraft.com.
I'm Macy House with Baird Global Investment Banking. In today's markets, global financial capabilities aren't worth much without personal attention to your priorities. Baird Banking, Research, and Private Equity professionals are located across 3 continents, sharing more than investment expertise. As employee owners of our firm, we all have a personal stake in your success, here in the Pacific Northwest and around the world. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Seattle.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever. Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through June 23rd, get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. Plus, get 1 unlimited 5G mobile line included, all for $40 a month for 1 year. And ask how you can get a free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply with paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Xfinity Internet required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $70 per month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual fees vary, not guaranteed.
It's 8:43. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Sully.
And we're getting a lot of love for Clark's down in Arctic, right?
Telling you.
Oh, I just pulled up a picture of their milkshake.
Yeah.
With a sundae on top?
Yeah.
They have 30 kinds of milkshakes.
Yeah, and Cody's checking in there as well, our good friend from Montesano. So, yeah, I got to stop. I guess I have to. What else? I mean, Tommy's in school. What am I rushing home to do besides to get back here and see you guys in the morning?
What's more important?
Yeah. Maybe the milkshake. I don't know.
It's a good one.
All right. We got a 5-mile backup now on southbound I-5 trying to get out of Everett. Starts right at the Boeing Freeway, goes all the way down south of 128. But before 164th, the Mill Creek interchange, the right lane remains blocked for this crash. Hour and a half from Everett to Seattle. That's about a 15-minute delay through the area. Hour and 15 from Everett to Bellevue, because in order to make that drive, you have to get through that slowing first before you jump on, and it's still pretty heavy through Canyon Park. The lake bridges are still doing okay. However, in the eastbound direction of 520, we do have a crash just outside the Montlake Lid in the left-hand lane, and that's causing a little bit of braking there as well. Northbound 405, Renton to Bellevue, is about 40 minutes, so it's actually picking up the pace a little bit. So is the Valley Freeway. We're back under 45 minutes, but not by much. Northbound I-5 continues to struggle up the Fife Hill to 18 after a couple of little crashes we've had there earlier today. Overall, we're looking at 25 minutes from Tacoma to Federal Way, which is about plus 15, and Federal Way to Seattle in about an hour. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Search Seattle Sports on YouTube, click subscribe, and get fresh video content daily.
Lots of sunshine again today. It's beautiful. Warming up to 65 today, and sunset will be after 8 o'clock. For tomorrow, a little bit cooler, but still lots of sunshine. Few clouds in the mix. By Friday, we're still looking for that high 70 degrees, possibly into the low 70s with lots of sunshine. It's sunny and 51 in Seattle right now.
It's 8:45. Katrina Gishard is at the news desk.
Seattle police arrested a 65-year-old driver involved in a hit-and-run in Beacon Hill. The collision left a 32-year-old woman in critical condition. This happened around 7:30 Monday morning along Beacon Avenue South and South McClellan Street. The suspect was arrested later that afternoon. He was booked into the King County Jail for investigation of felony hit-and-run. Ice Cube is coming to Seattle.
Just waking up in the morning, gotta thank God. I
have to stay focused because I just can't look at Sully right now. So Ice Cube will deliver hits across his 40-year career at the Climate Pledge Arena on September 19th. Later, or rather last year, he released his 11th solo album. Tickets for the Truth to Power 4 Decades of Attitude go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m.
4 decades of attitude. It's oldies now. It's oldies rap.
It is. Crazy, huh?
Wild.
Love it. Okay, coming up, we have G. Scott stopping by the studio. He's an interesting guy. I want his take on something you and I are not big fans of, and that is...
what could it be? Tax day?
8 p.m. sunset.
Oh, that.
Yeah, all right. He is on the way with his perspective on Seattle's morning news.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
I've always been a super athletic guy, but after I turned 40, I noticed I was slowing down. Instead of hitting the gym after work, I spent my evenings on the couch with a bag of chips. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and when I did try to work out, I ran out of energy right away. One of my buddies suggested I book a free testosterone check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that low T doesn't just impact how guys perform in the bedroom. I worked with a provider to create my custom treatment plan, and today I'm feeling stronger than ever. Last week, I even set a new PR at the gym. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit revivemenshealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
I just learned 10% of our electricity in Washington comes from nuclear energy.
I've heard it's reliable and has a small footprint, but what about the waste?
It's not what you might think. No overflowing dumpsters or leaking barrels. Used fuel is safely stored in solid form after powering homes, schools, and businesses for years. All nuclear power plants in the U.S. store their used fuel responsibly to protect the environment.
Where can I learn more?
You can learn about nuclear energy and used fuel at energy-northwest.com. Energy Northwest, powering our clean energy future.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
It's 8:50, and joining us from the G and Ursula show, G. Scott. And G, I was thinking about you as we were discussing this topic.
Where were you when you were thinking about me?
In the studio. But here's the deal. Yesterday, I texted you. I texted you around 6 o'clock last night, and I said, hey, have a great night, because I was going to bed in about 45 minutes after that. I felt like I was texting you late and taking time out of your day. Mm-hmm. The reason I bring that up is we're after 8 p.m. sunsets now, and I'm imagining you stay up a little past 8?
Absolutely. I'm about sleep about 9:15, 9:30. That's what I do on weeknights. But I got to tell you, first, let me pull back the curtains a little bit. So you all know, every single morning, David Burbank reaches out to me through text messages, and he's like, hey, what do you want to talk about today? And so he'll have these list of things that we could talk about. The only thing I wanted to talk about was the sun setting after 8 p.m. here, and here's why. With so much awful news going on here in the United States of America and all through the world, you got to try to find the positives. Yeah. And I got to tell you, as of right now, the only thing that sounds good to me is sunset after 8 here in the Pacific Northwest. We got beautiful weather, 66 degrees today. We're going to have 70 degrees on Friday. And right now, at the age that I'm at, you know what I'm saying? There's two things. There's two people my age. There's two things that we into. You want to hear those two things, Charlie?
I want to hear them.
Sleep?
Yeah, we get that. Number one, smoking meat on the smoker.
Oh, yeah.
Number two, World War II history. There's something about people my age right now.
Yeah.
You got your brisket on the smoker, the Traeger, and you got some World War II documentary that you're on the History Channel all the time. So anyways, I'm super excited. I heard Manda talking about it. Manda, you sound like you're excited about sunset. Matter of fact,
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
No. When the alarm goes off at 2:30 in the morning, 8 o'clock sunset is not good.
Oh.
It's beautiful.
You guys were able to find a negative into it?
It's also beautiful at 4 in the morning when the sun's coming up.
No,
I prefer the sunrise.
I will say this. I will say you all on this show, I talked about and continue to talk about how hard you all work because you guys are still here after the show. But I do feel bad for you. The fact that it is daylight and you guys are going to be going to bed. Now, I'd imagine that you don't even stay up to 9 o'clock, and you all know here.
That's crazy.
Here,
I can't even tell you the last time I saw 9 o'clock.
There's going to be a time where you guys know here, about late June, July, where it's going to get up to 9:45. It'll still be daylight here. So I feel bad for y'all. It's the same way I feel bad for these parents out here that make their kids go to bed at 8 o'clock during the summer. That's cold. That's cold. You can't do that, Charlie. You used to give your kids a bedtime. Do they have a bedtime, Charlie?
Ish. I just don't want them to be tired in the morning for school. I tried to really crack down, but these kids are sneaky, and they are up after I go to sleep. So.
You know what? That's how I raised my kids. I raised my kids the same way my dad was on me. Like, hey, if you're tired in the morning, that's on you.
And you better not be late for school.
Do not be late. And by the way, do not let your teacher call me and let me know you have missing homework assignments. Because matter of fact, every Friday, I had to have a report about my homework. If I was missing anything, no free time on the weekend.
None at all. Okay.
No, not at all.
Noted. I will mention that to
Sam?
a young man I know. Maybe G is saying that you can't play with your friends. Oh, it's G's fault. I didn't want to say that.
All right. Good to see you guys. See you tomorrow.
Right, enjoy the sunshine.
See you. Oh, Ursula's coming here with cash. Oh, Ursula's got cash. Oh, big cash. Oh, my goodness.
What's that for?
There are hundreds of dollars that Ursula just handed Sully.
These are for years and years of hard work.
Wow.
And for traffic tips to get through Ravenna.
This is why you need to watch the camera feed. Seriously, he's holding up $300 bills.
It's raining money.
Yeah.
We need to get a check on traffic at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
We are looking at brake lights, heavy brake lights, working your way down through 128th out of South Everett. Good news is the crash that started all this is gone. This was in the right-hand lane, but it's created about an hour and 20-minute trip from Everett to Seattle and about an hour and 20 from Everett to Bellevue. The rest of the map looks about average for this time of day. Back under an hour, Federal Way to Seattle, 50 minutes still from Puyallup up to Renton, and we're still losing 10 minutes up the hill from Tacoma to Fife and up towards Highway 18 because of a couple earlier crashes. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Looks like we'll have sun today and a high in the mid-60s, up to 70 by Friday. Showers on the weekend. Light, nothing too severe, but it might be a little damp out on Easter Sunday. Right now in Seattle, we have sunny skies. It is 47 here on Seattle's Morning News. This is KIRO News Radio.
KIRO News Radio, your home for G and Ursula, 9 to noon.
I don't like caps on rent. You got one time to get the wrong renter in your crib. If you get it wrong, that person says, I'm not paying rent. You know what? I'm going to stay in this home. In the state of Washington, they have made it so easy for people to squat. Our tax dollars give them money to fight against the landlord.
There are a lot of people who are really hurting, and I think both can be true.
Streaming live on your smart speaker. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Hey, it's Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. Think insulation is only for the winter? Think again. Upgrading attic insulation is a popular and cost-effective way to make your home more energy efficient. It's your secret weapon for staying cool in the summer, slashing utility bills, and boosting your home's air quality while keeping mold at bay. Need an attic overhaul or thinking about new insulation? Look no further. Guardian has your back. Call now and save $299 off attic ceiling and insulation, or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription